After a year of tough racing across Cadet, Junior, Master and Senior X30, it's time for the championship finale for the INFINITY IAME Series Asia 2025. And once more we're gathering the best drivers from across the Asian Peninsula and beyond. We're giving them an epic playground, the Bira Circuit Pattaya, in the land of smiles, Thailand. We're soaking up all the drama from the 5 previous weekends, and we're offering championship trophies and golden tickets for the Asian final in Macau and the World Finals in Spain. There have been multiple winners, epic battles, sensational duels, but now the heroes of 2025 will take the crown down to the wire. Only the best will triumph, only the strongest can take the Bira Arena. And you can watch it all unfold live on our YouTube and Facebook channels on Saturday and Sunday. Miss it and miss out. This is the showdown we've been waiting for.
Sawadee Ka, great to be back with you once again for the INFINITY IAME Series Asia 2025. And this is the build-up we've been waiting for. It's showdown days. Yes, we've got Saturday and Sunday qualifying and Heat 1 and 2 today. Then the Super Heats and Finals tomorrow, where we will crown the champions in the X30 categories across the Cadet, Junior, Senior and Master. It's going to be a fantastic battle all the way to the last race of the year. And of course, we're in festival mood because it is very much an end-of-season atmosphere. It's party time, and where better to do it than in the land of smiles. We're here on the Bira Circuit in Pattaya City. Fantastic location, and it is going to be a very exciting battle across all 3 of the championships that are down to the wire. Sadly, we've already crowned one champion, that is in Master X30, where of course it's Mr. Yamchan who has claimed the title on home soil last time out. But there's still plenty to go for. It's a very exciting battle that we've got in front of us. We're going to work our way around the paddock for the first few minutes just to give you a bit of an indication of how big this event is getting every single year. Everybody in position, getting ready. Even Wow Noodles are here for this one. They're giving away 100 bowls of noodles today, and then 100 bowls of noodles again tomorrow for everybody. We've even got the Aether Racing team here who are going to be taking part in the STEM Racing, which used to be known as F1 in schools. They're here. If you are down at the circuit, grab a t-shirt, go and support these guys as they represent their nation for the future of engineering in F1. Go and get it, boys. Thank you very much. Good luck for your season. They're going to take place in Bangkok in a month's time. Up and down the length and breadth of this paddock, we've got so many fantastic drivers getting themselves ready for the qualifying session in Cadet, Junior, Senior and Master. A few new faces this week as well, as a few drivers are trying to dip their toe in the water ready for 2026. And of course, for our IAME Asia final taking place at the beautiful circuit at Macau. It's going to be a fantastic weekend at the end of December. Don't miss it. So all of the guys here from the local team, Top One Motorsport, they've already got one championship in the bag in Master X30. They won that title last time out, but they've got 2 other drivers to cheer for. Wadapong Yamchan is, of course, going to be taking part in Senior X30, having been in the F4 Southeast Asia last week in Sepang. And Pattaya is making her debut in the junior category as well. So that's going to be really exciting to watch for the Top One team. There's a lot of wealth of talent next door in the NRT garage as well. Max Schilling, of course, bidding for another fantastic success story alongside as well. Plenty of other great contenders hoping to make their way forward. What I want to tell you about in particular here is the weather. Now, obviously, it always comes to fruition in the karting world. We've got so many great unknowns across these weekends. We've got a 40% chance of rain to hit the circuit during qualifying. And just to prove the point, Check out that skyline. That is a very, very hefty amount of clouds that are starting to move their way over to this part. So we've got 40% chance of rain interfering with qualifying. For the afternoon's races in Heat 1 and 2, it shouldn't cause an issue. And here, when it's dry, it dries quick. So I don't think we'll have too much of an issue for Heat 1 and 2. The forecast does tell me, however, that tomorrow we've got a 70 to 80% chance of thunderstorms hitting the circuit. So that could make Superheat very, very interesting tomorrow. But there are championships on the line, so let's talk about it. In Cadet, it's going to be very, very tight at the top end. Jay Kostecki, the Australian, has a bit of potential badinage to come here with the likes of Posh Kong Chol and Mason Kwong still trying to fight their way for the top fight in the title, and there's a few new faces in Cadet. This man is fighting for the junior title this weekend, Conrad Garrow from Singapore. Conrad, good to see you. How are the preparations going into this one?
Yeah, I think the pace has looked really good over the last couple of days. We've made some big changes, but quality is going to decide the weekend because we're going to need to get up high, which I think we can do. We just need to go out and get some clean laps in, and that should set us up for the heats.
It's still very close in the title fight between you and Danish Chen, and then there's that ever-present threat of Andrea Galimberti. How do you guys focus on your own objectives?
Yeah, the championship's super close, the top three. I think I just got to focus on my race and getting as high as possible. Hopefully we can get a win this weekend, and that'll be the best we can do.
Okay, well, good luck for it and hope for the best. Have a good one.
Thank you.
So Conrad Garrow, one of the 3 drivers competing for the Junior X30 title here in the INFINITY IAME Series Asia Crown. It's going to be so competitive. There's another potential champion down in the awnings here at Birilat. He's just trying to peek his way through the curtains. I'm going to see if we can grab a word with Jay Kostecki. Here he is. Jay, pop yourself back outside, mate. The fans want to hear what you've got to say ahead of the weekend. It's going to be a tough one. You are leading the championship, but it's not as easy as all that, is it? How do you feel going in?
Okay, hopefully we can win this round. I'm not really worrying about the championship right now.
Over the course of this year, you've learned an awful lot. What's been the big takeaway from this year? How do you feel you've really improved?
I don't know.
I love it. Thanks, Jay. He hasn't really thought about it. He just puts his foot down and drives. That's what we like about Jay. Just gets on with it. No nonsense. No worry, get on with it. Right, those clouds are coming in thick, so I do wonder if that's going to be a problem coming into qualifying. It's going to be very interesting to see if that causes an issue. Now, there's a big story that we need to talk about here in Senior X30. Now, that's been one of the big headlines over the year. 6 championship contenders, mathematically, over the course of the season. Austin and Toby Gale are not here. They are actually competing at the FIA Karting World Championships in Sweden, as is Zadia Vraikal of Malaysia. So those 3 are out of contention. As is Kimi Chan, the Hong Kong superstar who is the reigning champion. He's in Chinese F4 this weekend. That leaves just 2 contenders left for the Senior X30 title. Yu Kapo on the Explorer chassis and Kai Burke, the boy wonder from Australia in the Birilat Racing Asia team. It's going to be so difficult as to who is going to get that title as well, because both of them are very evenly matched in the points rankings. There's all sorts of unexpected challenges as well on the way, and we've got a returning face all the way from Australia popping in. Darren, come and join us. For those watching down under, Hollywood is back in town. Darren, good to see you. How are things?
Things are really great here in Thailand. A little bit warm. We'll work it out though, it'll be good.
We missed you since LYL. Tell us about how you guys have been putting the setup together at Fireball.
I got the phone call last week.
Really?
Yeah, literally last week, and Morgan said, we need you to come to Biro. Yeah, why not? I've just been 6 weeks in Europe, so I thought, hey, why not? We'll come to Thailand as well. So the lovely Sandra's here as well, so she's extremely busy while she's here. Nails, hair, things, massage.
It's a tough schedule, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Now, the circuit here at Bira, how different is it compared to the racetrack at LYL?
I don't think I've ever seen Thai Dig the same at any track. So that's going to be really, really important. Thai Dig's going to be a big one for race 2, race 3. But compared to LYL is like a bit of a billiard table, but a little bit bumpy under brakes. But this place is certainly has its own little interesting parts to it.
Concerned about those clouds overhead?
No,
Think it will cause an issue?
No, not really. If it rains, we'll just put the wets on and off we go.
Lovely. Have a good one, mate.
Thanks, mate. All the best. Thank you.
He always gives us a good show, whether it's at the front or the back of Masters, and there's 7 of them this time. It's the biggest grid that we've had in Master X30. If you think 7 karts aren't going to give us a show, you clearly haven't seen Master X30 in 2025. Carts are making their way to the position. We're going to go over there actually because our signal will go there this time. So come with us and have a look at the preparation process for time qualifying. You can see for yourself there all the drivers getting themselves ready to go. For Mohua Motorsport, they've got their Formula Ks, Pragas and Paralins all ready to go. There's a lot of work that goes in. You obviously have to make sure that certain things have to be done. The front fairing has to come off. You have to detach it as you make your way through. The mechanic gets everything in position, places the front fairing in place, brand spanking new tires on the cart, and then you move it into position. You bring it down to make sure that it gets Mario Barella, who's masterminding that on the far side here. So they make sure that everything is working according to plan. Mario and Derek, the scrutineers, just making sure everybody gets everything done. Still a lot of work that goes into it. And again, this weekend, we could see some interesting dynamics with the differences in the Nassau panels that people have chosen. Come with me, let's go into the holding area. This is where all of the karts will wait before they get themselves out on the circuit, ready for the start of what's going to be a very, very busy weekend. And we've actually got a reigning champion back in the paddock. Pumzik Lambanjung is back in. Mami Panha, Pumzik, good to see you. Very, very cool to see. He was the cadet champion last year. He's coming this weekend to the Paralin-based DRM squad. And that could be interesting in junior because Andrea Galimberti now has a little bit of a sidekick going in for this weekend. That could make things very interesting. And essentially, his opportunity to play rear gunner and prevent Danish Chen and Conrad Garrow from taking decent points cannot be underestimated. But all of the drivers here in the junior category getting themselves ready to go. The Chinese-based drivers from the Formula K-backed Mohua Motorsports team getting themselves ready for an exciting battle out on the course. It's going to be really exciting to see everybody putting on a great show. And we'll see some really strong performances from all of the contenders here. Everybody now starting to make their way in. Keep an eye out this weekend for Leonardo Mori and Seta Kojima. They're trying to battle for the top 5 in the championship. Don't forget the first 3 drivers in the INFINITY IAME Series Asia Championships across Cadet, Junior, Senior and Master all get tickets for the IAME Warriors final next month in Spain, which is the Indy 500 of X30 karting. It's such a big opportunity to go and take on the world's best drivers. So it's a really big chance. If you're in the top 3 in the championship, you're in. If you are 4th or 5th in the championship, then you will get a free ticket to go and race in the IAME Asia final at the end of this season at Macau. It's going to be a really exciting weekend, that, and it's already looking like it's going to be full burn. Remember what Darren Formosa was talking about when he talks about tire degradation. Check out the marbles around the course of the circuit here. There is a big intensity of these huge flicks of rubber that have come off the tops of the karts. If you look up towards sort of turn 2 and turn 6, these are everywhere. It is very, very high degradation on the circuit, and these guys are definitely going to be feeling it even in the short qualifying session. These tires, a couple of the drivers have been telling me if you're really on it, they will only do about 2 laps before they're past their best. So it's going to be fascinating going into the qualifying session. But now we've got time trials, so we'll have the qualifying session for junior, for cadet, for master, and then for senior. Then we'll take a pause, and then we'll go racing for Heat 1 and Heat 2 in all 4 categories. That's our program for today. Tomorrow, we will do it all again for the Super Heats, potentially with some rain thrown in, and then the finals. And those will be the last races of our INFINITY IAME Series Asia season that will crown us our 2025 champions. It's all going to happen here on the circuit, here at Bira, in the land of smiles. Stick around. You're going to get a great show. So as all of our contenders are in position, they're going to be making sure they're in fine position, ready for the start of what promises to be a very intense weekend. All of the drivers know just how tricky it's going to be. For the new drivers this weekend, it's definitely going to be an interesting adventure. Not all of them have experience at racing at this level. Some of them have taken quite a few weeks out because they've been focusing on their education, and some of them have been racing in other categories. So this is going to be a bit of an unknown for the weekend, but it's certainly one of the busiest weekends of the year in terms of grid sizes in the junior category in particular. So everybody gets themselves ready and into position. A lot of the familiar faces within the grid are here. Certainly going to be interesting to see how the juniors cope, and those clouds really are coming in fast as well, so there could be a real urgency here to put a fast lap down nice and early. I've got a feeling that when this junior session starts, you're not going to get to see the tradition of everybody waiting around to see who goes out first. I think everyone will try and take advantage of the fact that the circuit is dry right now, because the second the rain comes, it won't be dry anymore and you won't be able to get the most out of the circuit. So it's very important indeed that the drivers take every opportunity they can. So there's going to be a real sense of urgency right from the outset. If you're tuning in on Facebook, if you're tuning in on YouTube, do please throw your comments and your support for each individual driver. We've got drivers represented all across the Asian Pacific Peninsula, as well as even drivers coming over from Europe to compete at this level. It's going to be a fascinating battle as more drivers quest for glory here. And this is all roads leading to the top stop. Conrad Garrow battling for the junior title. He's also going to have big pressure from the likes of Danish Chen, the 29R driver, and of course Andrea Galimberti, who hasn't put a wheel wrong since round 3 in this 2025 campaign. He's been absolutely on it for the entirety of this season. He's had to play catch up, not just missing the first round of the championship, but having that DNF before the final in round 2. Without that, he would probably have already claimed the championship title. Now he's got to play catch up. He knows his mission, and so do the DRM team, as everybody gets themselves ready for an exciting challenge in front. So we're going to see a really exciting mission for all of the contenders as they get ready for an exciting bout of qualifying. So 21 drivers in the field in senior, 19 men and 2 ladies. It'll be an interesting challenge for them as they battle away for supremacy and go for the top spot. They've all got fascinating background stories and amazing missions that they've been on over the course of the season to get them to this point. So it really is going to be fascinating to see who does what over the course of this very competitive race weekend. But the big story, of course, is the 3 drivers fighting for the championship title. Conrad Garrow and Danish Chen fighting with the Italian stallion Andrea Galimberti. This is going to be quite an exciting weekend for them. Everyone knows that they cannot leave anything to chance. And this is Thailand. Everything can and probably will happen over the course of the next 48 hours. So this is going to be a very tricky test for them all. So the driver's waiting for the command, and then they will get their time trial underway, and it really will be a nail-biter throughout. It's going to be tricky to know who's going to get the best of it in terms of the times set and laid down. But all of the drivers know exactly what to expect of themselves as they come in. It's going to be a very tough qualifying session indeed. It's been a very long road for the first 3 weekends of the year at the LYL circuit just outside the city of Kuala Lumpur in Malaysia, to the last 2 weekends here at Bira Circuit on different layouts. Now we're back on the aggressive Grand Prix layout here at the Bira Circuit once again. And this is where everything is going to be tested to the absolute limits. So all the drivers know exactly what needs to be done. Our race starter in position, Mr. Dan Ashton, getting himself into position, traveling over from the PF International Circuit in the United Kingdom. And a fantastic team of officials and stewards beside as well. It's going to be interesting to see how it all continues. But we're going to see a very aggressive weekend from the championship contenders in junior. Of course, we've also got title battles in cadet and senior. Master is already decided, but that doesn't mean that there isn't going to be a sensational battle. There's certainly a duel for 3rd, 4th and 5th in the championship, because there's tickets up for grabs for both the IAME Warriors final in October, as well as the tickets available for the Asia final in December on the beautiful circuit in Macau, which really is Asia's karting equivalent of Monza. It is an amazing event, and that's going to be on the 2nd week of December. And that is a proper karting festival, an assault on the senses, a wonderful location. It is the mecca of motorsport in Asia. And what a fantastic place that's going to be as IAME Asia concludes its 2025 calendar. But the Asia Series is going to come to the fore here. And it's not just the IAME Series Asia that's going to be settled this weekend. It's also the IAME Series Thailand. Some of the drivers are registered for that championship aside and in addition to the IAME Series Asia. So there are points on offer there. We could see some very different champions across the categories. So we're in for a very exciting challenge as the competitors gear themselves up ready. Of course, the IAME Series Thailand points only counts the races held at Bira, so that championship started at round 4, and it only counts the 3 races being held for IAME Series Thailand. So waiting for the qualifying session to get underway. The cloud cover coming over the circuit definitely makes things very tricky. The drivers know they'll basically need to go straight into the session and not have any doubts as to when they're going to put the lap times down. Good to see some returning faces trying to continue their trajectory. The likes of Kevin Subavanichinon, as well as the likes of Yao Ho Pak, who is in the paddock for the first time, the Hong Kong youngster. Hobart Yao looking for a good run. Good to see Axel Nokom in the grid as well, the Filipino who's competing at the moment in the Champions of the Future Academy, and here this weekend to put in some extra performances on his Birolart. And of course, all eyes are going to be on the reigning cadet champion, Pumsit Kumbonjong, for the DRM team. What can he do, and how big an effect is he going to have in the junior title fight? This is his back garden, essentially. So he knows this circuit very well indeed. He hasn't competed in a full campaign in INFINITY IAME Series Asia. But to say that he's been brought in as a ringer to help out the DRM title assault would not be too wide of the mark. But I know Pumsit very well. He wants victory, so if he can grab it, he's going to try his very best to do it. But of course, all eyes will be on the three men questing for the title. Danish Chen for the 29R squad, Conrad Garrow for his own homegrown Rad Racing team, and the DRM Paralin for the Italian star who's based in Chengdu in China, Andrea Galimberti. The pit lane is open, we're getting the command, and the green flag goes, and everybody leaves the pits immediately. They know that there's a chance that this rain could hit any moment now, so they do not want to wait. Everyone is very aware of the fact that if the rain hits, they've got no chance at all in qualifying, so leave nothing to chance, leave no doubt, and the battle will very much take care of itself. So as the drivers head out onto the circuit for Muhua Motorsport, the Gillard of Nadalimjit Panya heads out onto the circuit. Good to see him back in the paddock this weekend. And then we'll have the final few contenders heading in. Chris Kasemsup in his Birolart, along with Axel Nokom, the Philippine star. And the final driver to hit onto the circuit, once again, it's going to be Sidapach, who heads out onto the circuit, the Thai driver in the 195 CRG. So the competitors getting themselves geared up and ready. You've got to warm up the tyres and brakes to the optimum temperature and make sure that everything goes according to plan. Very difficult to focus on tyre management when you've got so much work going on. But it's definitely going to be a tough race for everybody if they don't get a decent run in qualifying. So very important to focus on the objectives, make sure that the tyres and brakes are up to temperature so that you can really head into a decent run. It's going to be a strong battle for everybody. They need to focus on each individual objective, but it will be a tough one for every single competitor. They know that there is very limited opportunities to push their way to the top end of the grid. So let's see if we're going to have a very solid run, particularly from our championship contenders. They know how important it is to get out of the blocks and fight fast very early doors. The battle for pole position has already begun in Junior X30 as the drivers try and fight their way forward. At the moment, Axel Nokom has gone into the 59s early with a 59.64. Up to the top spot comes Pumsit Kumbonjong, 56.392. Straight up to the top spot, Seda Kojima, 56.255. She goes into pole for the moment, ahead of Pumsit Kumbonjong and Conrad Garrow. Then Kevin Subavanichinon, ahead of the British driver, Jamie Ambrose. Galimberti P6 for the moment, ahead of Tenarit Jodajatapong, and Danish Chen, ahead of Leonardo Mori and Sahil Singh. So a very good start to proceedings so far, but Seda Kojima has the pole position for the moment. A very exciting start to the weekend for the Japanese Filipino. Very good work indeed for her. Pumsit Kumbonjong improves to a 56.392. But already the drivers are pushing hard to try and get something sweet out of the deal. They want to make sure they're on the sharp end. It's going to be very exciting to see how things continue to progress. So far in the official practice this morning, of course, it was Kevin Subavanichinon who was the quickest on a 55.5 ahead of Leonardo Mori. And already we're at that same sort of pace. Conrad Garrow, second position now, ahead of Kevin Subavanichinon and Jamie Ambrose. What a great run from the British driver, ahead of Galimberti and ahead of Pumsit Kumbonjong. So the DRMs find themselves down in 5th and 6th place at the moment. This is not in the script for them. So this could be a very difficult weekend for Galimberti to wrap it up. He's been dominant so far in the last 3 weekends. But it does look as though the field have finally caught them up. Nadalimjit Panya now goes up into P5 for the Drive WK by a service team. Chris Kasemsup has now split the DRMs. Danish Chen P9, not good for him so far. And then 10th place for Axel Nokom ahead of Gu Hotian and Dang Araman. So Dang Raman running in 12th place ahead of Leonardo Mori, who's really struggling to find the pace at the moment. A 56.3 is all he's found so far. As Galimberti goes third, 55.7. Conrad Garrow, pole position for the moment, 55.5 for Conrad Garrow. Goes up to the top ahead of Sera Kojima. And this is exactly what the Rad Racing team needed. Conrad Garrow in fighting spirit. So an excellent run from the Singaporean so far, but it's not done yet by any means. 1 minute 40 to go. And Conrad Garrow looking good for pole position for the moment. 83 thousandths of a second quicker than Sera Kojima. Andrea Galimberti P3, then Kevin Subbanicinon ahead of Nadalin Chimpania and Pumsi Klambonjong. Then it's Jamie Ambrose. Up to third comes Chris Kasemsup. Good lap from Kasemsup there. 55.696 for the tie. Excellent work from Chris Kasemsup. Right up into the sharp end of the field now as Galimberti drops to P4 ahead of Kevin Subbanicinon. What can the Italian do to respond? He needs to find 0.2 of a second here, realistically. He's found a bit of it, 55.59, but Sera Kojima's gone faster than them all. 55.509 for Sera Kojima. Excellent, that is exactly the same time as Conrad Garrow to the 1,000th of a second. Unbelievable. Sera Kojima and Conrad Garrow are in a dead heat for pole position. In either of them finds 1,000th of a second, they're going to take the pole away from the other. Absolutely incredible. It's a dead heat for pole between Sera Kojima and Conrad Garrow. Galimberti is third and Danish Chen has fought valiantly to get up to P4. Then it's Kevin Subbanicinon, Ambrose, Kasemsup, Klambonjong, Imjipanya and Gu. So is there anything left in the tank, or are we going to finish on a dead heat? And I think it would go the way of Sera Kojima on the times. It's not like Formula One where it's who sets the lap first. It comes down to the sectors as to who gets the pole position. And on this occasion, it looks like it's going to be Sera Kojima. Conrad Garrow will be second, although they will set the best time. Checkered flag is in the air. Is anybody going to go quicker? Not an improvement from Kojima. Is there any improvement from Galimberti? No, there is not. Third position will have to do for the Italian, as Conrad Garrow has also not been able to improve, I don't think. But what an incredible battle it is going to be tomorrow if that is going to be the case. The checkered flag is in the air. Everybody leaning forward and trying to get that best improvement out of their carts. It's been a very competitive session, but I think it's going to end with Sera Kojima in pole position alongside Conrad Garrow. They've set the same time. Well, Sera Kojima definitely managed to grab a heat victory in round 4. She comes across the line now to try and find that extra 1,000th of a second. She hasn't managed to. It was a quick time, but it wasn't quick enough to improve. What an amazing battle. But it looks to me on the timing screen they are dead heat. Sera Kojima and Conrad Garrow. It'll now go to the second fastest lap. The second fastest lap, essentially. So, well, we'll have to see what the official time is going to be. If it changes, because Conrad Garrow has set a better second fastest lap than he had done previously, well, this is tight. This is very tight. On the timing screen, it says Kojima ahead of Garrow, but when they do the count back and they look at the second fastest times, if Garrow's time is official as faster than Sera Kojima's, then it will be Conrad that gets the pole position. That could be amended very soon indeed. But what an amazing start to the weekend to have two drivers setting exactly the same pole position time to the 1,000th of a second. Who would have thought that? Absolutely extraordinary here at Biro. We start our first qualifying session with a dead heat in qualifying in the junior category. Sera Kojima and Conrad Garrow with Andrea Galimberti in third position. Absolutely extraordinary. Here comes Conrad Garrow, so we'll have a quick word with him after a very competitive session. Conrad, dead heat in quali. What a way to start the weekend.
Yeah, I think we know the pace is there, which is good. That's encouraging for the heats, and then we can race from there.
Amazing stuff. Good job, mate. I'm going to grab a quick word with Danish Chen, who's also in the fight for the championship. Danish, not a bad start. Quite what you wanted, but it's definitely game on now, right?
Yeah, I mean, considering our pace in qualifying, I think P4 is decent, and it's only a 10th to P1, so let's see what we can do in the heats.
Fantastic start to the weekend, Danish. Well done, buddy. He's very happy after that one. Top 5 is very good in this field. Michael Lederer coming through after a difficult session there, I'm sure. Excellent work from Tinarajula Jatupaula, who did a fair job up to the top 10. I'm going to see, come with me, we might be able to grab a word with Seda Kojima. It'll be a brief one, because I know she doesn't speak a massive amount of English, but what a great start to her weekend it'll be anyway. Absolute dead heat, fantastic stuff. Well, I can't quite see where she is from where we are. She may have already gone through, of course, so we may have missed her. However, we now go into the procedure for the qualifying session for the cadets. Bring them on as they come into the holding area here, and we've got a very busy grid of cadets once again. Obviously, all eyes are going to be on Jay Kostecki, the Australian, to try and wrap up this title. He has the lead, and he's had a very strong season since the opening round of the championship. But he has got some opposition. Mason Kwong is going to be in the mix. The Tsur brothers, sadly, are not here, so they're no longer a factor in the championship fight. But there's still top 5s on offer for several contenders in this field. So keep an eye on Max Schilling this weekend. He was quick in practice, so he's got a chance to go for another victory like he did at the second round of the championship at LYL. And there's, again, so many unknown factors here with a few new faces. Beb, the Thai girl, has actually been really going quickly in terms of the improvements that she's been making over the last few weekends in other categories. So this could be a top 5 chance for her. And so far this season, we haven't had a female driver in cadet in the top 5. So there's plenty to get excited about. But before qualifying even begins, those clouds are definitely moving fast, and there's a few umbrellas on standby. We may get a few spots of rain in this cadet category. 40% chance of it actually hitting the circuit. Let's find out if it causes a shindig. Very dramatic start to proceedings indeed here. So while the cadets are getting ready, I want to see actually if we can have a quick word with Andrea Galimberti. He's just come through past my position. Andrea, difficult start, 3rd position, not quite in the game plan, but it's on the inside of the 2nd row. Can we still do good things from there?
I think I can. I think in the first race I'll just keep a steady pace and try to do the best.
How important was a strong result in those first 2 weekends to bring you into the confidence coming into this last one?
I'm not sure, but it really helped me.
We're looking forward to seeing what you can do out there, Andrea. Good luck.
Thank you.
So he's still positive despite not getting the front row starting grid that he's been used to. But we'll keep an eye on things. In terms of the championship battle, all of the contenders are very excited with what they've been able to produce. But this man has got all the pressure on him this weekend. Jay Kostecki, cool as a cucumber, the Australian. Looking forward to some support from his teammates. But he's definitely going to have a very difficult mission to wrap up this title. At the final hurdle, you don't want any kind of difficulties to upset your rhythm and flow. So he's just really hoping that it's going to continue in a fine flow and in a good mission. He doesn't want to have too many things to worry about on his run to the championship title. But there's still plenty of great skill and ability in this cadet field. A lot of drivers making decent progress as they work their way through the ranks and trying to get those first breakthrough results. Keep an eye on Borjakok and Janicet. He's definitely going to be a threat this weekend, as of course is Mr. Posh Kongchol for the CRG Thailand squad. He is so strong on this circuit, and he's won on this many times before. He knows how to uncork the bottle and let the juices flow when it's needed. So this could be a really interesting battle for pole position. Still sunshine for the moment. Actually, the sun is trying to push those clouds away, so that 40% chance of rain looking less and less likely to actually strike on the circuit itself. So this could be an interesting challenge for everybody else as they try to get themselves into a neat flow. There is young Carson Choi on the DAP machine. Looking forward to another exciting battle in the INFINITY IAME Series Asia battle. Love those DAP colours. It's really cool to see them back again in the world of karting, and it's wonderful that the name has returned. Obviously made famous by the likes of Terry Fullerton and Ayrton Senna back in the day in the late 70s and early 80s. So it's great to see the name returning to the world of karting over 40 years later. But everybody getting themselves geared up and ready for an exciting showcase. Everyone knows what is expected of them going into this qualifying session. You don't have long to fool around in time qualifying. And again, expect the drivers to just head straight out onto the circuit. There shouldn't be any waiting around, really. They know that if there's going to be rain, it's going to spoil the fun. So they want to make sure that they get the drivers out nice and early. Still only a 40% chance of it to actually hit the circuit today. Tomorrow, well, that's a very different story. It's looking likely to be thunderstorms at 9:30 a.m. from what I've been told by the Met Office, so that could be fun tomorrow. But certainly today, the drivers are doing their very best to make use of the circuit while they've got a clean track to play with, and the mechanics are just praying that all their hard setup work are not wasted by raindrops. Everything's been set up and dialed in for dry conditions, so they want to make sure it all flows very easily. But this is such an important part of the weekend. We focus on racing a lot, but we have to remember, of course, that these races and these weekends can be made or destroyed by a decent or lack of decent run in time qualifying. It's such an important part of the race weekend, and qualifying, it really can make or break a race weekend for these drivers. They know all of that hard work, all of that training, all of that intense focus and preparation. It all comes down to these few minutes where you put those laps together, and it's a lot of expectation, a lot of pressure, and a lot of heat to put onto a driver to get that done in such a short space of time. They work so hard. Everybody has put in so much into this, from the families, from the teams, the mechanics, the coaches, the sponsors. Everybody puts so much into this. So it's really important to make all of those pieces of the jigsaw come together as Libben Lewis Canaan leads them out onto the circuit. And a handful of drivers take the bull by the horns and go straight out onto the circuit. A few drivers waiting, it seems. And onto the circuit goes Beb Beb. That's not so wrong with Stanakul. Joshua Tan joins them on the fireball. And the other drivers lining up to put themselves into a good position. But this is not going to be easy to predict, that is for sure. The other drivers venturing onto the circuit. We've got 3 cadet rookies in the field as well, of course. And there's an opportunity for rookie titles to be won in both the IAME Series Asia and IAME Series Thailand this weekend. So there's a lot of trophies on stake up and down the grid. It's not just the guys at the front end of the field that we need to be focusing on, and out onto the circuit we go. The last few drivers deciding that this is the moment to venture out onto the course. Out onto the circuit goes Prin Vonkapon on the Henza car. And we'll wait for those last big contenders to do so. Obviously, we're going to be waiting a little bit for the likes of Max Schilling, for Jake Kostecki, for Mason Kwong, and for Posh Kong Chol. They're going to take their time to head out onto the circuit, I think. Now they'll wait for the moment as out onto the circuit goes Porsche Kalkanjanaset. Carson Choi revs up the engines and out onto the circuit we go. Kaylin Delsey looking to join in the fun as well, as everybody now ventures for the space to try and get themselves out on the circuit. As Porsche Kalkanjanaset pulls well clear of the toe on the main straight in the hope that he's going to give himself a little bit of breathing space. But all the cadets are now out on circuit, hoping to go for the pole position run. Fascinating stuff so far then, as again the contenders in cadet are going to have an interesting mission to go for that pole position spot, with the very quiet and very cool and calm Jake Kostecki hoping to go for the victory in what has already been a very decisive season for the young Australian. Whenever he's not been a winner, he's been ridiculously consistent. So he knows exactly what is expected of him over the course of these 2 days of competition. Just bang in the points and bring home the bacon. But it's so much harder than just saying that. It's going to be a very tough job for all of the racers in cadet. They've been told a lot about track limits in the driver's briefing earlier by Dan Ashton, our race director. So they all know what is likely to come to fruition. It's going to be a tricky one now for all of the drivers. But they know exactly how hard the mission will be. They'll focus, they'll dig deep, and they'll find some magic for sure. But it is qualifying time in Cadet X30. It's make or break for the weekend. So they all know that this amazing amount of preparation and hard work and determination, it all comes down to stringing these lap times together. So the first couple of laps under green flag conditions, drivers starting to find the pace. Up to the top spot has come Libben Lewis Canaan on a 102.65. Then Tanawara Vejabuti just in front of Chinabat Vejabuti. Sriatabat Tanawatava Bawang has done a fair job there to go into P4, the leading cadet rookie at the moment. Only 5 cadet rookies in the field. The other 3 The other two with the additional, without the additional 4 in front of their number, getting themselves into position. So everybody clear cut and ready for the battle for the title. It's going to be a very tricky one. Libin Lewis Canaan on a 102.6 at the moment. That's the top time. But up to the top comes Mason Kwong. Mason Kwong on a 102.557. So straight up to the pole position so far then for Mason Kwong. No worries at all for him. He goes first ahead of Libin Lewis Canaan, and then it is Jay Kostecki. Other times are going to be flowing in. Watch for the big time from Posh Kong Chol. He's currently half a second away from the pole spot, but there's definitely more to come from him. And keep an eye as well on the number 92, Max Schilling, race winner in the final in round 2. There's still a lot to do and a lot to fight for. So Mason Kwong leading the way there and in front of Libin Lewis Canaan and Jay Kostecki. Then Tanawara and Chinavat Vajabuti, the two brothers for DT. And we've also got Sviatavat Tadavatara Barwong in P6. So Tirupatara Barwong doing a fair job as he gets ready for an exciting run. Should be really, really strong from the contenders as we go for the top spot. Posh Kong Chol up at a P5, just off the tail of Patapol Kokanjanaset. So Porsche Kokanjanaset's got himself there into 4th position, just in front of Posh Kong Chol. So that drops the Vajabuti brothers to P6 and 7 for the moment, looking for personal bests. As Papaza Thorn has gone into P16, that's Thames doing a fair job there. Beampat doing a good job as well to improve to 17th in front of Sahara Lepasapakon. So some good performances there. But Mason Kwong is still on the top by 95 thousandths of a second, with Jay Kostecki a full quarter of a second back. Even Posh Kong Chol has not been able to find the pace we thought he'd have so far. So this is a fascinating qualifying session so far, as Libin Lewis Canaan again has good pace. 2nd position for the youngster at the moment. Running in good position. Kwong still going good. Canaan, Kostecki, Kokanjanaset and Kong Chol. The top 5 drivers all in Super K mode. It's a story of the Ks in the Cadet X30 this year. The top 5 drivers' surnames all begin with a K. We've got Kwong, Canaan, Kostecki, Kokanjanaset and Kong Chol. Checkered flag is in the air. I'm not seeing that many improvements though. Jay Kostecki has improved, but it's not improved the position. Only the lap time, a 102.75 for Jay Kostecki. So it looks as though it's going to be a pole position for Mason Kwong. And a perfect time for him to do so, as he needs to get a better score in the championship fight. So Mason Kwong looks like he's going to come straight out of the blocks into pole position, but Libin Lewis Canaan doing a good job there in 2nd. Jay Kostecki 3rd, Kokanjanaset is in 4th, and then it's Posh Kong Chol. Some very tough performances, and it's half a second covering the first 12 carts pretty much. As little as makes no difference to the other sectors. But certainly now, as the drivers are coming through to take the checkered flag, we're waiting to see if there's going to be any further improvements. Looks as though nobody else is going green on the sectors, looking for personal bests here. And no, indeed, certainly in the top 5, it looks like it's going to stay that way. So Mason Kwong is going to come through for the pole position in the Cadet X30 qualifying session. What an amazing result then for the Hong Kong superstar Mason Kwong, doing such a great job for the DRM team. Excellent work in Cadet, and very close run indeed there, as Libin Lewis Canaan finds himself 2nd. Jay Kostecki will still be fairly positive in 3rd position. So definitely a very good start to proceedings in cadets. We've definitely got a showdown preparing already. Anybody who was worried that this was going to be a one-way traffic weekend, fear not. It's not going to be that way at all. So Cadet X30 definitely giving us a good show. You certainly need a bottle of this every 5 minutes or so in this heat. Certainly getting pretty sweltering in the 35s, 36 degrees Celsius temperatures. Going well, you can see it here beside me, the line of senior X30 drivers getting ready to venture out onto the circuit and have an interesting show, but they're not going to be the first ones out in front of us. It's going to be the master X30 drivers who venture out first. I'm going to see if we can grab a quick word with Mason Kwong before he disappears. He's obviously just in the holding area as he comes through in just a moment. So we'll try our best to grab a word. Let's go around the back. Let's have a look. Let's see if we can get a brief word with a few of our drivers as they come off the karts. Very competitive session so far. Is Mason Kwong still here, or has he disappeared? No, I think he's still there. I think I see him on the horizon there. So we will have a chat with Mason in a moment. But just before, we can see the competitors getting themselves ready and geared up in Master X30. We can see not the biggest of grids, as it hasn't been all year, but it's certainly the biggest we've had this year. And a lot of big returning faces. The new champion, of course, Wedasak Yamchan, along with his man who's been battling with the championship for him all the way through the season, Harith bin Zaralo, the Malaysian, who last week was actually racing in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia Championship at Sepang. And of course, Hollywood is back in town as well, Darren Formosa. Let's have a quick word with Libin Lewis Kanan before he disappears. Libin, that was very good work. Second position, you must be delighted with that. How did that feel out on the track?
That timing I did wasn't the best. I thought I would be at the back, but I'm second.
Good job, Libin. He didn't think it was any good, but P2 it was. Well done. Very good work. Right, let's have a chat with the two men who are going to be with him at the starting line for the next races. We've actually got Jay and Mason deep in conversation. We'll grab a word with both of them. First, Jay, championship points leader. Not a bad run. Mason, don't disappear. I want to talk to you in a minute. Mason, don't disappear. I want a word with you in a minute. Jay, tough one, third position on the grid. How do you feel after that? Is it going to be a trickier task now?
No, we're all starting on the inside, hopefully get to second in the first corner and go from there and try to win the final in the race.
Sounds good to me. Good job so far, Jay. Well done. Let's have a quick word as well with our pole sitter, Mason Kwong. That was a good way to start the weekend.
Yeah, it was.
So tell us about the lap itself. Where were you able to find the time, do you think?
Can you say it again?
Where were you able to find the time in the lap? Where were your strengths?
I think I just have to do less mistakes, calmly drive, and yeah.
How have you guys been finding the tyre degradation? Is it going to be good going into the heats, do you think?
Yeah, hopefully.
Good stuff. Great job, Mason. What a way to start. Still out of breath, and I'm not at all surprised. It's very, very hot indeed out there. I'm going to get run over by a cart in a minute. So the Masters are getting ready for their qualifying session, and the X30 drivers obviously knowing that they're going to have a very tough mission in front of them to go for the pole position. Obviously, everybody wants to beat Wedasak Yamchan, the new champion, who was crowned last time out, last month, here at the Bira Circuit. Harith bin Zaralo, the Malaysian, has already been confirmed as second in the championship. He can't be caught. The man who was competing last week, not on a Carlos Sainz karting chassis, but in a Lamborghini Huracan. He was at the Sepang International Circuit competing with his brothers in the HZO Fortis squad. They took a victory in one of their races, and Harith himself actually finished in a class podium, so did a fair job. But this is very different. Probably feels more intense, actually, in these karts than it does in a Lamborghini Huracan, because although the Huracan is faster, it certainly feels more intense when you're pulling a couple of G's through some of these bends, a couple of millimeters off the floor with no seat belts, no roll cage, and no roof. It's going to be very tricky indeed. But there's some big talent alongside them as well. Tam Yuk Ho looking for another strong result here. Mark Yao back in the action once again. Great to see him out. Ian Willock, who's come so close so many times to a victory across the heats. He's just threatening to do it every time he ventures out. It's great as well to see the returning Tiru Kumaran back in the saddle once again. Never far from prominence. And of course, the other man who's going to be a thorn in the side of the new champion will be the Australian Hollywood himself, Darren Formosa, 60 years of age and still lightning. So these Master X30 drivers getting ready for a very exciting bout on the course. We've already seen some amazing duels in Master X30 this year. Thank goodness we no longer get the chance to see them mixed in with the seniors. Darren is about to go out on the course. What is it? Would I like to have a drive in? Yeah, I would love to have a drive in one of these cars, Darren.
I'm happy for you to qualify for me.
I'll qualify for you. Okay, well, let's quickly swap over. We'll make sure nobody's looking. That'll be fine. What does it feel like in the cockpit? How hot is it?
It's pretty warm as we sit here. Yeah.
And you're a man from Australia who knows what it's like to be hot.
Nothing like this at the moment because it's about 12 degrees back home.
Okay, fair enough. Good luck.
Thanks, mate.
It's very different to Australia back now. Of course, Australia is in the middle of its winter at the moment, so it's about 12 to 13 degrees Celsius there, air temperature on a regular basis. Not here, where it's about 34 to 35, so very different time of the year. So the drivers getting themselves geared up. There are, of course, some tickets on offer, even if there's not a championship waiting for anyone other than Wedasak Yamchan. But there are still a third place ticket in the championship race to confirm, to find out who's going to Valencia next month. And of course, fourth and fifth in the standings to see who's going to Macau in December. All up for grabs this weekend. So there's still plenty on offer for the Master X30 drivers to get excited about. We know that Wedasak and Harith have both managed to get themselves tickets for Valencia, but there are still other championship battles to be won here. And even though there is a grid of only 7, if you thought that was a snooze fest, well, you clearly weren't watching LYL round 3 when we had 5 wide coming out of the final turn of all 5 drivers, and they very nearly took each other out. It was an unbelievable battle, and that's what can happen when you put very talented racing drivers in X30 racing out on the track together. This time we have 7, so we're going to have a very extreme battle compared to what we've had in previous weeks. And even with 7 drivers on the grid, we still don't have all the drivers that have started races in 2025. If only we could have had an aligned schedule, then we could have had 11 drivers all season. But we're already told that the numbers for the Master X30 competition in the IAME Asia final in December are very strong indeed. So if you're thinking, well, I want to compete in the Masters X30 category, you still have a chance to sign up in December for the Asia final in Macau, where there's a lot more drivers than this already registering their interest. So as the contenders get themselves ready for the off, it looks like there's a problem down in the pit lane for Ian Willock. He's not left the grid just yet. There's a problem. He can't get the kart started by the look of it. So there's an issue there for the Singaporean as the Simon Racing mechanics go to work to get him fired up. That's more like it, as Ian Willock very nearly doesn't get a lap in qualifying at all. And that would have been devastating for the Singaporean. But the senior X30 drivers are now going to make their way into a very busy holding area, ready for their qualifying session, which will be starting in just a few minutes' time. So as everybody gets themselves geared up out on the circuit in Master X30, it's going to be reasonably easy to predict this pole position, I think. Certainly most likely to be between the 2 contenders at the front of Master X30. Wedasak Yamchan versus Harith bin Zawalo, but there could be a surprise or 2 on offer for pole position in Master X30. Don't count out Darren Formosa, 60 years of age and still flying high in the Master X30 category. Expect decent things from Ian Willock. If they've got on top of their setup, then that car is going to be absolutely storming around this circuit. But of course, everybody just needs to get themselves into a decent rhythm and position. Tiru Kumaran looks even more confident since he decided to retire. He's retired about 7 times in the last 12 months. And every time he says, yes, I'm definitely retired, I'm not coming back. He's always found a way to come back. I don't think racing drivers ever really retire. They just wait for the best offer available. And then when they're too tempted to say no, that's when they go for it. Mark Yao opens the bid with a 1 minute .71. And now we go into the 57s. And the first bout, Harith bin Zawalo got a 56.9 out of this course so far. Ahead of Mark Yao on a 57.0. Tamuko a 57.1. Darren Formosa 57.1. Wedasak Yamchan has a 57.2. And then Tiru Kumaran and Ian Willock are still getting up to speed. So Kumaran is just warming the tyres and brakes. Here's Ian Willock to complete his first flying lap. What's he going to do with his second tour around the circuit? Doing a good job on his Gillard chassis, still a very prominent brand name within the OTK group. Up the turn and across the line. What is Ian Willock going to do? P5 is his first flying lap. But there's still plenty of speed to come in this session. We've still got 3 minutes left of qualifying. Still enough time for 3 decent flying laps. So Harith bin Zawalo currently on the top spot, a 56.5 now from Mark Yao. He is quick this weekend. Harith bin Zawalo goes a 56.6. Formosa a 56.7, very fast. Wedasak Yamchan, only a 56.8 from him so far, as Tiru Kumaran gets a 56.9 out of it. Tamiko 57.3. What will Ian Willock add to the party? His laps are always going to come in a bit after the others because he had a bit of a slow start out of the pit box. But Mark Yao 56.52, looking good for a pole position in Master X30 so far. Here comes Ian Willock across the line. Next time round, he'll go through the final hairpin and go through. What can Ian Willock do by comparison? If he wants pole, it's got to be a 56.526 minimum. He's got a 56.93. He's still got to find another 4/10 if he wants a pole position. So it's very strong stuff indeed here from Mark Yao, as Harith bin Zaralo is right in behind his championship rival, Wadasaki Amchan, in his pole position run. 56.4 from Mark Yao, 56.3 from Darren Formosa. Hollywood goes top. The oldest man in the field is the fastest man in the field. Darren Formosa smashes the lap with a 56.385. Good on you, too easy. Darren Formosa goes to provisional pole in Master X30 ahead of Mark Yao, Harith bin Zaralo and Wadasaki Amchan. Kumaran is 5th, Willock is 6th, and Tamiko in the veteran class is down in P7. But Darren Formosa has clearly had his Weetabix this morning. He is on it. Out comes Ian Willock. What is he going to do from this lap? The Singaporean will move his way to 3rd. Great lap from Willock. 56.5 from the Singaporean. Now he's got his mojo working. But is anybody going to topple the fireball of Darren Formosa in the last 65 seconds of the qualifying session? Out of the final turn, Mark Yao digs low in the lap. What can he do? Wadasaki Amchan goes pole. 56.3. Where did he find that time? Brilliant work from Wadasaki Amchan, just 0.004 of a second quicker than Darren Formosa. That is agonizingly close. Excellent work from Amchan, and he's going to spoil the Australian party here. 0.004 of a second off pole. That is agonizing, but it shows you how motivated Darren Formosa is. I'm really glad he was joking and he didn't actually let me qualify his car, because otherwise he would never have got close to that lap time. Amazing. So Ian Willock is trying to get back into 3rd place ahead of Mark Yao. What can he do? He does it. 3rd place, 56.387. He is just 0.006 of a second himself off pole position. Can you believe it? The top 3 in Master X30 are separated by less than 100th of a second. Looking for the big improvement. Are we going to get one? I don't think we are. Nobody's really improving now. They've got the most out of their tyres. And incredibly, the top 3 drivers in Master X30 are going to be separated in qualifying by just 0.006 of a second. That is incredible. If you want that in real figures, that is about 12 centimeters roughly. That's astonishing how close that is. Can you believe it? I told you, do not think for a moment that only 7 karts is going to give a boring show in Master X30. Anything but. Across the line, any final changes? Looks like it's going to be same-o. Willock's done a great job there to be within 0.006 of a second of pole, considering he was several tenths back a few weeks ago. They've really found a sweet spot at Simon Racing. Just waiting for these final times to come through. And it looks to me as though there's going to be no change at all. Well, the new champion has managed to grab the pole position, but only by 0.004 of a second. And it was only 0.006 of a second quicker than the man in P3. How about that? The Thai, the Australian, and the Singaporean. Only 0.006 of a second separates them. That's karting. Absolutely magic. Gotta love the Master X30 category. When they are on song and they've got it all just right, there's literally only centimeters between them all. Fabulous stuff. I'm gonna see if I can grab a word with a couple of the drivers at the very least from Master X30. If we find Wadasaki Amchan, he'll have to speak in Thai for all of his fans here in Pattaya and of course in Bangkok down the road. It's about an hour and a half or so away from here. What a performance from Wadasaki Amchan. Very good pole position there and very hardly fought. Definitely the hardest pole position he's had to fight for this year. I'm going to see if he can grab a quick word for me in Thai, of course. So if you speak Thai, this is going to be a good one for you. Wadasak, amazing job. In Thai, can you tell us about the qualifying lap? Amazing run.
Yes.
Tell us in Thai, how you feel?
Happy.
That was easily done. Tell us a bit more in your language.
ก็ถือผม
Very good. Carbon carb. So he does know a few words in English. There we go. Right, I'm going to see if we can find Darren and if we can find Ian in particular. Three drivers separated by 0.06 of a second. Absolutely monstrous pace from the X30 Masters as the seniors are getting themselves ready, and there are some very big names indeed in the field this time. Not just because we got a championship to win, but in general, it's been a very competitive weekend. I'm going to get down into the holding area. Ian Willock. Ian, 0.06 of a second away from pole position. Yeah, you were third position. You were only 0.06 off pole. What an amazing quality that was.
Yeah, it was really good. The competition is really good this weekend. So to be that close to them is, it's optimistic. But after last time, I'm keeping my expectations to a minimum.
But third position is the perfect place to start from on the inside of that second row. You've got a real chance of some victories this time.
Oh yeah, let's see how it goes. It's still a long way away. We've got rain coming, and it's going to be fun. That's the most important thing, right?
Great start, Ian. Well done.
No worries. Thanks, mate.
Amazing entertainment we got coming. I'm going to see if we've got time quickly to grab a word with Darren. Oh, here he is. Come into the awning. I'm sure it'll be fine. Darren, 0.04 of a second off pole. That's all it was, mate. Okay. What a start.
Thank you. Yeah, that was a good start of the day. We've really got on top of the cart. My mechanic has come all the way from Australia because he wasn't needed this weekend to be a technical advisor. So he's actually come to spin spanners with me. So I've got Neil McCauley with me. So we're here to win.
So what can you do from the outside of that front row in the first two races this afternoon?
Probably just defend at the moment. And then I'll see what we can do a bit later on in the day.
Good stuff. What a way to kick things off. Good job.
Good start, eh?
What a battle we're going to have now in Master X30. 3 carts, 0.06 of a second in it. Amazing. Right, let's go and focus on the Senior X30 contenders then. There's going to be some big names to talk about in this field. Not just from the INFINITY IAME Series Asia field either, because we've got some travelling guests here this weekend that are going to make things particularly interesting. We've got some old friends back behind the wheel again as well. Luke Armstrong returns from Singapore. Morgan Loganathan has decided to actually put his overalls on for a change and actually go racing. But we've also got a massive name on this grid. Jackson Suzlin Harlow, the Australian champion. Welcome to the INFINITY IAME Series Asia Championship. How are you feeling ahead of your first race for the goal here?
Yeah, I'm excited. It's awesome to be here. I can't thank everyone that's made this possible. So, yeah, we'll see how we go. Hopefully I can repay the boys and put it on pole. We're thereabouts, but yeah, we need a little bit more.
You've been top 5 in practice straight out of the blocks. So what are your expectations coming into qualifying?
I reckon we can put it on pole. I got to do a little bit of a better job in certain areas. We've made the cart a bit better each time we've gone out. But yeah, we'll see what happens. I think the KRs should hopefully get better, so fingers crossed.
We're quite excited. Show us what you're made of, mate.
Cheers, thank you.
Excellent battle coming in qualifying then. But of course, we've also got a championship to win. As we know, in Senior X30, only 2 of the original 6 contenders are still here in the championship battle because they've either been attracted by the dizzy heights of Chinese F4 or the FIA Karting World Championship in Sweden. That means that the Asia Series Championship will now be fought between just 2 men. For Hong Kong, Yu Gapo on the Explorer chassis, with its opportunity to become the first Asian chassis to win an Asian title, which will be an amazing opportunity for them. And of course, the boy wonder from Australia, Kai Burke, still in the title fight. There's only a couple of points between them in the overall standings when you take drop scores into account. So essentially, all you need to know going into this weekend is whoever beats the other has the best possible chance of wrapping up this championship. There's only a handful of points in it, and consistency is going to be the key, especially when we've got so many big talents here to chase after them and take points away. There's a lot at stake, and there's a lot of potential mishaps on offer. We've got some amazing battles to come, that is for sure. So expect some really exciting battles from all 4 corners of this Senior X30 field. We've still got 33 drivers on the grid, many of them competing for the very first time in this particular championship. But looking up and down the length and breadth of this grid, we've got champions across the Asian Pacific Peninsula, in various different eras. Don't forget, of course, we've got the round 5 winner on the grid this time as well. Prasetyo Hardia is back for more blood as he goes for another exciting battle out on the course. There's strength in numbers at DRM despite the absence of Kimi Chan at the top spot. There's going to be some big opportunities for a lot of the contenders in there. Sarmiento, Kanjanapas, all in the mix, of course, with Prasetyo Hardia. But we're going to see some really exciting contenders up and down the length and breadth of this one. We'll still get to see some great battles. Good to see Jenny Bibonnet back in the senior category as well. And of course, we'll get to see the pressure put on by several quarters and several contenders. The likes of Zachary Boyce, Daniel Jaggi and Megad Zulkarnain hoping to get onto the podium for the first time this season, all with plenty of opportunities to do so. This really throws the cats amongst the pigeons in Senior X30 with the absences of the likes of Zadia Vraikal, the Gale brothers and Kimi Chan. Opportunity knocks for a race win that perhaps might not have been as easy to achieve earlier in the year. And everyone wants to finish strong in 2025. All roads lead to Macau, of course, in the Asia finals. So this is a great preparation for them to bring their A game to the table. And let's not forget that there's a few drivers here who are defying the odds to be in Senior X30. Keep an eye on the Japanese driver, Tsutomu Nishimura, 55 years of age in Senior X30. By rights, he should really be in Master X30, but he meets the weight for Senior. So he says, nope, I'm going for the top 5 in Senior X30. An amazing opportunity if he does it. And fair play to him if he manages to break these youngsters and go for glory. He is 40 years older than some of them, as everybody in Senior X30 ventures out to go for the pole. So everybody ventures out onto the course. A couple of drivers wait. But when you've got the likes of Jackson Suzlin-Harlow in this grid, anything is possible and anything could happen. Expect the unexpected. This weekend, we could see some real surprises. But of course, if someone of the like of Jackson Suzlin-Harlow can go for the victory in the final, then we are on for an unbelievable statistic in the INFINITY IAME Series Asia 2025. There is a genuine possibility this weekend that we could come away from this year with 6 different winners in finals in Senior X30 out of 6 weekends. That is an astonishing stat if we are able to pull it off. Round 1 winner, of course, was Yuka Po. Second round, Kimi Chan. Third round, Zadia Vraikal on home soil. Then the 4th round was won by young Toby Gale. The 5th by Prasetyo Hardia. So now it's time to see if we are going to get 6 out of 6. And all eyes for that task are on the newly crowned Australian karting champion, Jackson Suzlin-Harlow. Can he do it on his first weekend outside his native land for quite some time? And certainly his first since becoming Australian champion in 2025. So the battle for pole position is on, and into the 57s we go. Prasetyo Hardia uncorks the bottle immediately with a 57.0 ahead of Travis Teo and Clifford Kanjanapas. So immediately the battle for pole is on. 31 drivers in Senior X30 going for it. Jackson Suzlin-Harlow is just going slowly for the moment, bedding himself in, waiting for the big guns to approach. Prasetyo Hardia, 57.0 ahead of Travis Teo, Clifford Kanjanapas and Paco Miguel Sarmiento. As up to the top spot goes Travis Teo. Teo goes to the pole position for the moment. Just waiting for these times to come through. Kai Burke is now pole position, 55.079 for the championship contender. Kai Burke goes top ahead of Travis Teo and Luke Armstrong, 55.3 from the Singaporean. Great work. Pras Hardia, P4 ahead of Clifford Kanjanapas. But we still haven't really seen the best from Jackson Suzlin-Harlow. What can the Australian national champion do? He's gone second, 55.16. The game is on. It's the Aussies in first and second, Kai Burke and Jackson Suzlin-Harlow. Travis Teo, then Luke Armstrong in P4. What an amazing performance from him, considering he was in the Master X30 last year. He's done a lot of physical work to get his weight down. Now he fancies his chances in Senior X30. A great chance continues then. And still the drivers battle on. Travis Teo goes back to pole position. Travis Teo ahead of Kai Burke and Prasetyo Hardia. So Prasetyo Hardia gunning for a second win of the season here. If he can get the win in the final. Yuka goes P4 though. That's crucial for the championship as Travis Teo gets a 54.99. Very fast indeed. As Jackson Suzlin-Harlow goes provisional pole. Jackson Suzlin-Harlow goes straight to the top of the rankings. The Australian champion. Pole position so far. Second for Teo. Third for Mark. Goodness me. The 293. Mark Thomas is next up. Then it's Kai Burke, Prasetyo Hardia, and Yukapo P6. Well, well, well. This is going to be quite the fight for pole position. An amazing run to the finish line is expected now. But Jackson Suzlin-Harlow goes back to pole position again. 54.936. Quicker again than Travis Teo by that crucial run. Yukapo goes second. The champion in waiting. He's fighting to get back on top. Yukapo really wants this championship title and he wants nothing left to chance. Third is Travis Teo, Kai Burke, then it's Thomas Hardia, Clifford Kanjanapis, and up to 6 comes Zachary Boyce. Great work from Zachary Boyce, the Stratos RL, now into the top 6, up against all the heavyweights. Zachary Boyce is very much pushing himself into that gaggle of drivers. Amazing run from Zachary Boyce. So Suzlin-Harlow is pole, then you, then Teo, then Burke. But there's so much more still to come in this. We've got another minute 15 on the clock in karting. That's still good enough to string a couple of laps together. So it's not done yet, but the best of the tyres is definitely starting to go away from them. Personal bests though still coming as Yukapo gets pole! 54.89 for Yukapo. He takes the top spot away from the Australian. Yukapo, the most crucial pole position of his season, because it would give him the bonus point that would put him one step closer to becoming champion. Jackson Suzlin-Harlow's got it back. 54.865. He took 33 thousandths more out of the time, and he's been able to take back the pole position seconds later. Oh my word, this is close. This is really close now. So second place, Yukapo once again behind Jackson Suzlin-Harlow. Then we've got Travis Teo, Burke, Thomas, Boyce, Hardia, Ayan Marwa, Clifford Kanjanapis, and Jenny Bibine into the top 10 now, ahead of Vyson and Kanjanapis. What an amazing start to this weekend for young Jenny Bibine. So we wait for the checkered flag. It's just a few seconds away, but Jackson Suzlin-Harlow may have grabbed the pole position of his life here ahead of Yukapo and taken the bonus point away from the champion in waiting. Checkered flag is in the air. Will Jackson Suzlin-Harlow be able to hold on to this pole position here at Bira and wipe the smile from the face of the PR1 team with the Explorer chassis? We're waiting. Jackson Suzlin-Harlow's crossed the line on a 55.5. It's not an improvement, but what about Yukapo? I think he's already boxed. It's done. Jackson Suzlin-Harlow, the Australian champion, newly crowned, is pole position in Thailand. An amazing run from Jackson Suzlin-Harlow ahead of Yukapo, Travis Teo, Kai Burke, Mark Thomas, Zachary Boyce, Prasetyo Hardia, Ayan Marwa, Clifford Kanjanapis, and Jenny Bibine in the top 10. Fantastic. What an amazing weekend it's going to be now. And in the title fight, it is game on between Yukapo in P2 and Kai Burke in P4. Wow, what a weekend this is going to be now. What a start to proceedings. This is absolutely fantastic stuff as Jackson Suzlin-Harlow announces his first appearance in the INFINITY IAME Series Asia with pole position, bang, straight away, job done. Too easy, mate. Wonderful job from Jackson Suzlin-Harlow, just managing to scrape the pole position away from Yukapo, as now the championship goes down to the wire between Yukapo and Kai Burke. Well, absolutely astonishing. We've got ourselves some amazing races to come now in 2025. So much for this final weekend in the INFINITY IAME Series Asia. Who'd have thought that the newly crowned Australian champion Jackson Suzlin-Harlow would bounce into this championship and wipe away the smiles of every one of the regular contenders. The title fight in Senior X30 is still alive and kicking between Yukapo and Kai Burke. They will start Heat 1 and 2 from 2nd and 4th. The outside row on the first 2 rows. That is a very tough place for both of them to be starting. This could go down to the last lap of the last race. Big strong charge in Cadet, in Master and in Junior as well. Plenty to stick around for. A lot of great racing on the way. We'll take a breather for lunch. Stick around. Tell your friends this is going to be an ultimate battle. Don't go too far away.
After a year of tough racing across Cadet, Junior, Master and Senior X30, it's time for the championship finale for the INFINITY IAME Series Asia 2025. And once more we're gathering the best drivers from across the Asian Peninsula and beyond. We're giving them an epic playground, the Bira Circuit Pattaya, in the land of smiles, Thailand. We're soaking up all the drama from the 5 previous weekends, and we're offering championship trophies and golden tickets for the Asian Final in Macau and the World Finals in Spain. There have been multiple winners, epic battles, sensational duels, but now the heroes of 2025 will take the crown down to the wire. Only the best will triumph, only the strongest can take the Bira Arena, and you can watch it all unfold live on our YouTube and Facebook channels on Saturday and Sunday. Miss it and miss out. This is the showdown we've been waiting for. After a year of tough racing across Cadet, Junior, Master and Senior X30, it's time for the championship finale for the INFINITY IAME Series Asia 2025.
And once more, we're gathering the best drivers from across the Asian Peninsula and beyond. We're giving them an epic playground, the Bira Circuit Pattaya, in the land of smiles, Thailand. We're soaking up all the drama from the 5 previous weekends, and we're offering championship trophies and golden tickets for the Asian final in Macau and the World Finals in Spain. There have been multiple winners, epic battles, sensational duels, but now the heroes of 2025 will take the crown down to the wire. Only the best will triumph. Only the strongest can take the Bira Arena. And you can watch it all unfold live on our YouTube and Facebook channels on Saturday and Sunday. Miss it and miss out. This is the showdown we've been waiting for. Hey guys, welcome back to the Bira Circuit here for the INFINITY IAME Series Asia 2025 season finale. We get ourselves ready then for Heat 1 and Heat 2 across all 4 categories, Junior, Cadet, Master and Senior. And we've got championships to be decided this weekend in the sizzling heat in the land of smiles, Thailand, just outside the city of Pattaya. The rain that we thought might be coming through qualifying seems to be disappearing now. Those clouds are starting to ebb away, and it looks like we could be bone dry throughout the rest of the day, which is great news for the drivers and particularly as well for the mechanics who know exactly the task in front of them. But after the junior qualifying session, we've got an amazing battle in prospect. Not only have we got a championship fight between Conrad Garro, Danish Chen and Andrea Galimberti, but the top 2 drivers on the starting grid in Heat 1 and Heat 2 were covered in qualifying by nothing. It was a dead heat between Seda Kojima and Conrad Garro in qualifying. To the 1,000th of a second, they set exactly the same time. And it's Kojima that'll be lining up on pole position by virtue of the 2nd fastest lap. So it's very close indeed, up at the sharp end. Andrea Galimberti and Danish Chen are right behind them, though, on the 2nd row of the starting grid. So it's definitely going to be tight. But come with me, because we had a bit of an interesting one at the end of the Senior X30 qualifying session. I want to see if we've still got time to grab a quick word with our pole sitter in Senior X30. We were hoping for 6 different race winners from 6 different rounds of the championship, and we may well get that, especially after qualifying, because the man who's put it on pole position is the Australian champion just being crowned, Jackson Harlow. He's just having to quickly finish a phone call so that we can have a quick chat with him. But if he manages to win the final, then we are going to have the unbelievable, unlikely scenario of 6 different winners in a final from the 6 different events that we've had so far this year. In Senior X30 so far, the wins have been shared out between Kimi Chan, Yu Kapo, Zaria Vraikel, Prasetyo Hardia and Toby Gale. We could get number 6 here with the man getting in pole position, Jackson Harlow. Mate, what an opportunity this is after qualifying. How confident are you feeling now?
Yeah, definitely. The kart was the best it's been all week, the last 2 days, like in all the practice sessions. So, yeah, I was confident we could have got pole if it did some things a bit nicer for me. So, yeah, we'll try and make it a little bit better in the low-speed stuff now and try win some races.
What can you tell us about tyre degradation over the course of the last 2 days, getting the kart up to speed and knowing what the circuit is like now in character? What do you think we can expect?
Yeah, there's a big difference in tyre. Like, it makes a massive difference. There were some people that put a new tyre on nearly every session. So we put 3 sets on. Our old tyre pace wasn't too bad. But yeah, it's going to be about saving it and not fighting too hard. So I'll try to stay at the front. But if I can't and someone wants to race too hard, they can have the heat win and I'll win tomorrow.
Great stuff, buddy. A great start to the weekend. Well done.
Cheers. Thank you.
An amazing start, so we could well get 6 completely different winners from all 6 events in Senior X30. Right now, though, we're getting ourselves geared up for Junior X30. Kojima versus Garro. Despite me saying that there's no chance of rain hitting the circuit, the clouds are still trying their best to prove me wrong, but we've got all of the major players in the top 4 places on the starting grid. Junior X30 will kick us off in fine style. Let's do it. The 3-minute board has gone up at the end of the pit lane. So all of our Junior X30 drivers gearing up for an exciting showcase. And it certainly will be, with the 2 drivers on the front row of the grid dead heating in the qualifying session, same time to the 1,000th of a second. And the first pole position for a female driver in 2025 as well. But a dead heat between the drivers in qualifying really makes this an exciting showcase. And of course, the 3 drivers fighting for the championship, starting 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, with Sera Kojima in no mood to trade places with anybody, hoping that she stays at the front in a turn 1. She's managed to win a heat from the outside of the front row of the grid so far this year on this very circuit when she did so in round 4, race 1. So there is a genuine chance that she could go straight to the top of the podium this weekend. But even if she does that, there is still a championship to win for our other competitors. So it's definitely not clear-cut yet as to how any of this will shape the championship. And so the fight for glory begins in Junior X30 and in the INFINITY IAME Series Asia 2025 Round 6. This is Heat 1 of Junior X30. The drivers getting themselves out onto the starting grid, hoping for an exciting battle, and we're definitely going to get one. Starting grid is a competitive one. Sera Kojima and Conrad Garrow on the front row of the starting grid. Andrea Galimberti and Danish Chen on the second row. Then Kevin Subhavanichanan and the British driver Jamie Ambrose. Then Chris Kasemsup and Pumsik Kambonjong, last year's cadet champion. Nadel Mjapanya alongside Gu Haotian. Then Leonardo Mori struggling in 11th alongside Axel Nokom, the champion of the future contender for the Philippines. Then it is Santok Singh along with Chanarit Janajatupat. Papachaya Ayamchan is the new driver on the grid. She's alongside Sahil Singh. Then Hobart Yao, Michael Lederer, Dang Rahman, Lee Jiaheng and Sedapach Ketsuwan will finish off the grid. So the contenders are ready for an exciting bout out of the final turn. They'll go into the tram lines. Will the lights go out straight away? And we'll go to racing. We do! And Conrad Garrow trying to squeeze Sera Kojima to the first corner already. Battling for supremacy. As Danish Chen's gone off at turn 1. Danish Chen, the championship contender, colliding with Jamie Ambrose at turn 1. Oh my goodness, in terms of the championship, that is big already in the very first corner of the very first race of the weekend. Danish Chen is down at the back. He recovers, but he is dead last. There are problems as well for Michael Lederer by the look of it. So disastrous in the first couple of corners, certainly for the 29R team, and for Danish Chen, who goes from 4th position to the back. And Conrad Garrow is immediately stepping up the attack here on Sera Kojima, who leads the way. Garrow knows he's never going to get a better chance of opening up the opposition here, because he's now got Galimberti down in P4 behind the CRG of Kevin Subhavanichanan, and Danish Chen is down at the back. So this is perfect for Garrow if he can keep this going. There's still a yellow flag at turn 1, I think. But we've got a slowing cart trailing all the way back to the pits, and I think that is going to be the Kart Republic. In fact, it's not Michael Lederer, my apologies. It is Dang Rahman. So Dang Rahman is the one who's pulling in, as Garrow is trying every trick in the book here to outfox Sera Kojima. He goes slow in, fast out. Kojima defends the position down to the Mickey Mouse section. So the Filipino leading the way, but she's got plenty of pressure from Conrad Garrow, as we've already got a warning flag for the 165. That is obviously further down the grid. That is Hobart Yao. So far, so good for Conrad Garrow in terms of the championship. But up into 3rd position now has come Andrea Galimberti. He's got ahead of Kevin Subhavanichanan. So Garrow's got ahead of Kojima. Got to get ahead of her nice and early. Out of the final turn, Kojima still leads the way. Garrow's second here is the 3rd place man, Galimberti. There is the warning flag given to Hobart Yao as the junior race continues to bubble over. Garrow has got to make this overtaking move sooner rather than later on Kojima, who is defending her position on the third lap, trying to back her into the pack. So Kojima still defending valiantly, but Garrow's got to get ahead if he wants an easier run to the victory, because Galimberti is going to be on him like a ton of bricks here. This is an important race for Garrow to win. If he can get ahead before Galimberti challenges, that's going to make it a little bit easier for the Singaporean to accomplish. Off the turn, powering through the apex and now making his way down to the hairpin. He's got to be brave if he wants to make this move, because Galimberti is getting bigger and bigger behind him. The Italian really pushing. What a way to start the junior weekend. Danish Chen in 18th place now, trying to recover after his earlier off. He's at least caught up to the back of the field, but Garrow's got to go for it. Galimberti in third position. Then it's Subbanicinon, Injapanya, Mori, Kasemsup, Kambonjong, Yamchan, and Janajatupa. Up the inside, Garrow's having to defend his position now from Galimberti. He can't attack Kojima in the lead. So Galimberti is now trying to hunt down his championship opponent. Chen is already down in 18th position. So this is now where things get interesting. And now Subbanicinon is trying to hurry up Galimberti. All eyes on the sidelines here, trying to help their drivers out. But this is a very tight position to find themselves in now. 1, 2, 3, 4, Kojima, Garrow and Galimberti. Garrow's got to go for it, but he doesn't make the bid on the inside. So Galimberti may get a shot. Garrow can really ramp up the ante, but Kojima defends the inside again. Galimberti knows he's got a chance into turn 2. He goes down the main straight up to turn 1. He's going to have to be brave if he wants to move on Conrad Garrow. Can't quite get close enough to move into second turn. So now he's got to go down the back stretch. Is this going to be the chance for Garrow? He's got to go around the outside of Kojima and hope for an opportunity to draw level on the far side. Kojima still trying to back this back up. Garrow trying to create the gap. He can't make it. And this is only Heat 1, don't forget. We've still got 3 more races after this one to settle this Junior X30 Championship. So Galimberti trying to get back on terms with Conrad Garrow. A long way to go in this weekend. 8 laps in this race. Everybody on fever pitch as the drivers are making good work of things in the mid-pack. So some really solid performances so far as Pumsik Klambonjong now tightens up on the back of the 7 drivers in front to make this an 8-kart train. It's Kojima, Garrow, Galimberti, Subbanicinon, Injapanya, Mori who sets the fastest lap, Kasemsup and Klambonjong. Then it is Papachaya Yamchan. She's doing a brilliant job in 9th place in her first race of the season in P9. Good work from Papachaya Yamchan. So she's doing a great job. But Kojima still holds the lead. She will not let this get away from her as we've got a warning flag for the 155. That is Jamie Ambrose, the British driver, now getting a warning flag. So through the S's at the Mickey Mouse section, Garrow trying every trick in the book to try and get a mistake out of Sarah Kojima, but she is so strong around this circuit. She looks so composed as Subbanicinon is now trying to go for the move on Galimberti. The clouds get darker over Beira, and we wonder if there's going to be a little bit of rain to interfere this afternoon. But Garrow still holds nerve in front of Galimberti. Andrea Galimberti getting more confident behind the Singaporean down the straight, and we've got 6 laps to go in this heat. A tough mission for everybody. There is Pumsik Klambonjong, last year's cadet champion, running in P8 on the Paralin. Trying to move his way further forward as Galimberti now defends from Subbanicinon. The CRG is getting into the Paralin, trying to make his move on the inside. This is great stuff from Subbanicinon as he's really starting to up the ante. The Thai wants a good result on home soil, and he's not prepared to mess around with Galimberti. He wants to get through. There is Leonardo Mori doing a good job in P5, ahead of Chris Kasemsup. Then it's Imjitpanya, Klambonjong, and in 9th place, it's young Papachaya Yamchan, making her debut in the INFINITY IAME Series Asia. 2 ladies on the grid, and they're both in the top 10. So there is Subbanicinon still trying to catch out Galimberti. But Galimberti's getting close to Garrow. Garrow's getting close to Kojima, and it tightens up off the turn. Back onto the home stretch once again. 5 laps to go in this heat. And this is only heat 1. How are we going to keep this crescendo all the way through the weekend? Subbanicinon taking on Galimberti again. Down to the braking zone. Galimberti's going to open up the taps on Garrow, and he gets through, but Subbanicinin's there as well. Subhavanichanan will try, and he's going to lose ground down to 4th place. Now Garrow's going to get out wide, and Subhavanichanan will get through. Mori will get through as well. And the gap's still wide open for Kasemsa, but Garrow's going to hold his nerve. It's all gone wrong for Garrow. He's down from 2nd to 5th. This is not good news at all for the Singaporean, as Galimberti now goes up at a 2nd place, and he's got his eyes firmly set on Sera Kojima up front. Now Leonardo Mori battling away with Kevin Subhavanichanan for 3rd position as Garrow follows in behind them. Off the hairpin and down the main straight, Kojima, Galimberti, Subhavanichanan, Mori, and then Garrow. Up the inside, that's a lovely move from Mori into 3rd position into turn 1 on Kevin Subhavanichanan. So Leonardo Mori goes into 3rd position, a great run from the Malaysian. And so Leo the Lion into 3rd place. Excellent work so far. So the 7 racing team now finds themselves effectively in 1st and 3rd. A great start in Junior X30. But there is still a lot of bubble under the surface to overflow here. Chris Kasemsa still doing a good job with 4 laps remaining in this race, as you can see on the My Laps digiboard. And Galimberti is just chomping away at the gap between himself and Kojima. He's getting closer all the time. He still has great opportunity here to go into the lead. It'll be a great comeback for the Italian if he can get the job done. Turn 1, Kojima, Galimberti, Mori, Subhavanichanan and Garrow. Then Chris Kasemsa ahead of him, Japania, Klumbonjong, Iamchan, Janajatupat, Singh, Lederer, Yao and Danish Chen, who's up to 14th now after his turn 1 spin. His championship chances are not done yet. But Galimberti, so strong in round 3, round 4, round 5. He's been the final winner so many times this year, having to fight back. He's now the leader of the championship contenders, but there's still some work to do. He's still got to try and find a way past Sera Kojima, and she has nothing to lose in this race. She doesn't have a championship to fight for, but she does have a race victory in her pocket if she hangs on here in front of Galimberti. So Andrea Galimberti trying his best to make the bid on the inside through the hairpin, but Sera Kojima has the pace and she has the audacity to mix it with the boys up front. So Sera Kojima now has 2 laps to go in the lead, but Galimberti really wants a victory, especially with Garrow in P5 and Danish Chen in P14. It will do such dividends for his title assault. So he needs to make a bid here. Sera Kojima still holding her nerve in the lead. Galimberti not close enough yet, but if he has a really strong lap and follows in the wake of Sera Kojima, that could suddenly turn about. Garrow trying to fend off from Chris Kasemsa. Not easy to predict where this race is going to finish up because Galimberti still has a lap and a bit to go after Sera Kojima in the lead of this race. Kojima will be a little bit defensive, but she doesn't have to worry too much too soon. Galimberti can take his time here. He's got his 2 main rivals behind him, so this will certainly help his composure. But Galimberti senses a victory. 1 lap to go, and he's keeping his firm fix on the leader. Through turn 1, through turn 2, Galimberti trying to stay close to the 7 racing cart in front of him. Makes a bid for the inside! That's aggressive from Galimberti. My word, that move came from so far back and it was not going to work. So now he's got Leonardo Mori all over the back of him. And for me, that gives the win to Sera Kojima. He's not going to catch her up again. And Leonardo Mori might just steal a 2nd place off the Italian before the end of this lap. He knows where he is. He's going to have to defend his position. That was greed there from Galimberti to go for the move when he was so far back on Kojima. So now it's going to be Sera Kojima all the way. Galimberti will push as much as he likes, but he's going to run out of time and run out of corners. Out of the final turn comes Sera Kojima. No worries at all. She fended off Garrow. She fended off Galimberti. Now she's the winner. Great work from Sera Kojima, her 2nd heat win of the season. And a fabulous drive from the Filipino. Sera Kojima. Remember this name. She has got such great potential. An amazing start to the weekend for the front row 7 racing and co-driver. Sera Kojima with Filipino and Japanese ancestry. Amazing charge there to hold on from first Conrad Garrow and then Andrea Galimberti. She does not want to lose her grip on the victory this time. She's got a great, great chance to win the final. Even if she won't become champion, winning the final would be more than enough compensation for her. An excellent start to proceedings. So Sera Kojima takes the win then in front of Andrea Galimberti, with Leonardo Mori in third position ahead of Kevin Subavanichinon, Conrad Garrow, Chris Kasemsab and Nadalimjit Panya, then Pumsik Lambonchong from Papachaya Yamchan, Tanarit Janajatupat ahead of Sahil Singh and Michael Lederer, Danish Chen 13th in front of Hobart Yao, then Axel Nokom, Santok Singh, Jamie Ambrose, Gu Hao Tien, Li Jiaheng and Sirapach Ketsuan, with just one retirement from the race, Dane Rahman. But this is one of the moves of the weekend so far already, as Jamie Ambrose and Danish Chen, championship contender, tangle in turn one. There is the back end of the car stepping out from Danish Chen. So it was actually Chen's early mistake, and Ambrose saw a gap on the inside line and went for it. That's unfortunate for Danish Chen. The back end of the car was already starting to slide out wide, and there was nothing that Jamie Ambrose could do about it. So a very unfortunate clash between the two drivers there into turn one, but the back end of Chen's kart was already getting loose before there was any contact. But a great race all the way. First Garrow having a go at Kojima, not managing to put it all together. And then Andrea Galimberti doing likewise. We'll talk with the drivers at the end of Heat 2 to see how things are going for them during the day. But certainly a great start. What a move from Galimberti on Garrow that really opened the floodgates for the Singaporean, as then Subavanichinon and then Mori got through as well. This was a beautiful move from Mori on Subavanichinon, getting into third place. Very crucial for him as he fights with Sera Kojima for the top 5 of the championship. Look at this from Galimberti. That's such an audacious move from so far back. And unfortunately, Sera Kojima is no pushover. She takes the win, and deservedly so, after a great battle there with Galimberti and Conrad Garrow in the early stages as well. But it is Sera Kojima who takes her second win of the 2025 campaign in a heat once again. Can she win the final tomorrow? She's certainly looking good for it at the moment. So now our attention turns to the Cadet and Cadet Rookie race, which is basically the same grid, although some drivers are racing in both Cadet Rookie as well as Cadet. But there is a championship down to the wire here as well. A very tight battle in the standings in the Cadet category. Jake Ostecki currently leads the point standings here on a fantastic run of form, with Poshkong Chol and Mason Kwong the closest to him in the championship fight. The absence of Hiro and Ollie Tsur means that there's some pickings to be taken here by Patapol Koganjanaset and Max Schilling. They could make it to the top 5 in the championship standings there, but it is going to be a very tricky weekend for both of them to do damage to their opponents in terms of the point score. But going into the weekend, there was 10 points between Jake Ostecki and Poshkong Chol, with Mason Kwong playing catch-up, but he scored the bonus point for pole position, so that puts him on to 93 points for the championship so far. So he can be very happy with the way that currently plays out. It certainly helps him a lot going into the next phase of the weekend. So it's very good so far. Mason Kwong needs a perfect weekend here, essentially, if he's going to stand any chance of becoming champion. He can score a maximum of 128 points in the championship fight with a win in the Super Heat and the final tomorrow. And Jake Ostecki is currently sat on 114. So that does tell you that the championship is clinchable by Mason Kwong, but he needs a perfect weekend. And that's why the DRM team are putting as much as they possibly can into this effort for the weekend. They want to make sure that he can get the job done as emphatically as humanly possible, but it is not easy, that is for sure. So, with 1 point in the offing then for Mason Kwong, the other competitors around him are going to find it very tricky to make more progress. But certainly heading into the weekend, we have 114 for Jake Ostecki, 104 for Poshkong Chol, and 93 now for Mason Kwong. So, it's very much a make or break battle in the championship fight for Mason Kwong. He knows that he needs a perfect weekend, and then everything else is basically out of his control. it certainly started very emphatically, because not only has Mason Kwong got pole position, but Libin Lewis Kanan in the other DRM has gone into second place. Now, he can be a real thorn in the side here for the likes of Posh Kong Chol and Jake Stecki. And they know that with Libin Lewis Kanan being quick, they have a chance to cause some issues, let's say. And then, of course, the Patapol Kalkan Janiset bandwagon going well in fourth position. Not in the same team. There's an opportunity. Of course, Libin Lewis Kanan is not in the DRM fold. He's part of the DPE motorsport team, but he is on a Paralin. So there is a little bit of a flavour at the front end of the field that could see some interesting fireworks. Sixth on the grid behind Posh Kongchol is Tanawarat Vejabuti. His teammate and brother Chinapat Vejabuti is in the mix there as well. And so too is Sriatapat Tirupatawara Burong in 8th position. And then it is Carson Chong, 9th place, in front of Siddhachak Ongbagnoy. And then we have Max Schilling and Anna Nakil. And then in 13th position, we have Putawong Wanapachan. And then Prinvunkapon in the mix there in 14th place. So some really good starts to proceedings, as the drivers are definitely putting on an exciting show to begin the journey, moving their way further forward. All the way down to Joshua Tan and Carson Choi at the tail end of the field. 22 karts in Cadet this weekend, with plenty of chances for good battles in the Cadet category as well. We'll see some good racing between the Cadet rookies as well, because some of them, of course, are bidding for the Cadet rookie title this weekend, particularly Caelan Delsey, who wants to clinch that Cadet rookie title if he can. He certainly has the points lead at this moment in time, but he's going to have some severe opposition this year in the final weekend of the championship in Cadet rookie from Sriatapatara Burong, as well as Putapong Wangnapachan, Nutsarong Rongastanakul, and also Saharat Le Presepakon. Lots of good opportunities for those drivers to mix it with, and definitely keep an eye on Sriatapatara Burong. May have the longest name in the field, but certainly has one of the fastest right foots in the field as well. 8th position on the starting grid, so exciting stuff at the moment. The contenders gearing up for an exciting showcase again, as we are definitely gearing up for more starters' orders here. Should be a fascinating run in the Cadet race. Once they get the command to go, we'll be back into position once more. It's certainly going to be a very tasty duel all the way around this course. Back in a position once more, as the contenders are ready for an exciting charge. The green flag flies at the end of the pit lane, and the drivers will once more venture out. Exciting stuff. So now the drivers are ready for an exciting showcase on this first heat, the first of 4 races this weekend. So Mason Kwong pole position from Libin Lewis Kanan. Then it is Jake Ostecki alongside Patapol Kokanjanaset. Posh Kongchol and Tanawarat Vejabuti, his brother Chinapat Vejabuti, alongside Sriatapat Tirupatara Bulwong. Then Jonka Hay is alongside Siddhachak Ongbagnoy. Max Schilling in 11th alongside Aaron Akil. And then Putapong Wangnapachan alongside Prin Vonkapon. Caelan Delsey is alongside Papazathon Sadababanleng. Then Pimfat Korang Fatah along with Nutsarong Rangwastanakul. George Patrizi is alongside Saharat Leprasepakon, and then Joshua Tan and Carson Choi fill up the field. A very interesting gaggle of drivers ready to go for the battle in Cadets, as Libin Lewis Kanan takes his position on the front row alongside Mason Kwong. And what is Libin Lewis Kanan doing here? He's pulled ahead. Now they're getting themselves into the position they should be. But it's all a little bit unsettled at the start here. They come off the turn together. Mason Kwong to the inside line, Libin Lewis Kanan to the outside. Are they going to be there in position? They're going round again. They don't like the start. And it's obviously up to the race director, Dan Ashton, to put them into a good position around the course. And on this occasion, as you can see for yourself, the lights did not go out. So we're going to go round a second time so that we can get a better starting procedure. And let's not forget that in the past, these drivers have been warned if they can't do the start properly after 2 or 3 attempts, then there is a chance that the front row men will go around again. See, there's the command. You can see that from Libin Lewis Kanan, who's gesturing to Mason Kwong. And Porsche Kalkan Janaset's got his hand in the air as well. We're not starting. We're going round again. but you could see that it wasn't quite settled in the 2 rows of the grid there. So now everybody needs to get themselves back up to speed. Needs to put themselves into a good position on the course. So we'll see what happens next. A very good start is needed, but it's going to be tricky to see who's going to get the best start of it. Again, Libin Lewis Canaan is quite aggressive on the tram lines at the start here. Got to be careful. Dan Ashton is the kind of person who will pull the plug on this front row if they are not getting everybody back to a decent start position. As Libin Lewis Canaan is quite a way ahead of the rest of the field here, but we are going to go out to racing. So Canaan into second position as the drivers make their way through turn 1. Is it going to be a clean start? So far, so good. Everybody mixing it through the first turn. There's not too much of a difficulty for everybody to mix it to the first couple of corners. And Max Schilling's going for broke on the inside line. Great move from Schilling. He's up in a P5 on the start of this race from 11th on the grid. What a start from Schilling. Absolutely magnificent. So it's Kwong who leads the way. Oh, there's an off. There's an off further back. Somebody's gone off into the tyres. So we've got an off into the tyres there, and that is a very unfortunate start to the race then for Joshua Tan. So Joshua Tan's gone clean in. You can tell it's Joshua Tan with the Pokemon on his helmet, and Joshua Tan very sadly out of the race then. So he's gone clean off the road, I'm afraid to say, at turn 6, I think that is. But the rest of the race is going on without a plum, and it looks as though Joshua Tan may actually be able to restart from his position. He just got spat out into the tyres, but it's Kwong who leads the way from Canaan, Kongchol, Kostecki, Kalkan Janaset and Schilling, then Tirapatara Bulwong, Ongbagnoi and the Vejabuti brothers. So a terrific start to proceedings then, as the drivers are mixing it up at the sharp end of the dais. Great challenges ahead of them, but there's yellow flags. Joshua Tan is not moving after all, so it's double wave yellows, and there's yellow flags, and overtaking moves under yellow flags. Oh, well, that's really bad form from the drivers not paying attention. That was Posh Kongchol. He's given the positions back again, but it's caused pandemonium. Yellow flags are yellow flags. You cannot overtake under yellow flags, and a few of the drivers missed the fact that there were double-waved yellow flags waving. That's really bad, and unfortunately a couple of drivers there could run a cropper of the officials. Wow, that's definitely mixed it up. A couple of drivers just not paying attention there to the yellow flags in time. So a position or two has been given away, but that's not the point. Let's look at it again. So you can see there, yellow flags. Look at Kongchol. He's just stormed past everybody. He's completely missed the fact that there's yellow flags. He gives the places back, but that could really come back to bite him. And let's not forget that this is the championship weekend, and Kongchol is one of the big 3 fighting for the title. So Kostecki and Kwong playing conservative. They saw the yellow flags. Kongchol did, but too late. So Kwong is leading. Canaan second. Kongchol gave the places back. So he's hoping that's going to be enough. So Kongchol third. Kostecki fourth. 5th place for Kalkan Janaset. Schilling in a brilliant 6th from 11th on the grid. Then Ongbagnoi, Tirapatara Bulwong, Tanawabat Vejabuti, Chinabat Vejabuti, Chong, Akil, and Wangnapachan. So the top 6 very much going together then. They run through in position, trying to make sure that they don't cause themselves any more aggravation. But the clouds in the sky are gathering again. 40% chance of rain today. That's not quite 50-50, but everybody's mindful of it. Off the final turn, and Libin Lewis Canaan running in the wake of Mason Kwong. Posh Kongchol still fancying his chances of getting into second position if he gets an opportunity. 4th place for Kostecki, just keeping it nice and tidy for the moment. Kalkan Janaset, Schilling, Ongbagnoi and Vejabuti. So Tirapatara Bulwong has managed to get ahead of Chinabat Vejabuti. So that splits the brothers for the moment. Look at Libin Lewis Canaan. He looks so hungry in second position. Took his time there on the start, but he's definitely ramping up the attack now as Posh Kongchol closes in on Libin Lewis Canaan. So this is going to be interesting. What will the 11-year-old Malaysian do when Posh Kongchol finds his opportunity? There's Jay Kostecki on the verge of the title, the 11-year-old from Henley Brook in Western Australia. As Libin Lewis Canaan gets close again to his 11-year-old teammate from Hong Kong, Mason Kwong, leading the way at the moment. Big defensive tactics from Kongchol, but that slow in, fast out approach may give Jay Kostecki a little bit of ammunition. Down the home straight. trying to keep everybody focused on this main straight. This is not going to be an easy battle to be won in either this race or the championship as a whole. Libin Lewis Canaan fancying his chances on the inside of Mason Kwong to go for the lead. He hesitated. He wasn't quite able to commit on the inside line. And so that's now going to put him on the defense. Here comes Kostecki, who's ahead of Posh Kokchol. So Kostecki got the move there. And that's going to put the championship leader into the firing line for second place. As Libin Lewis Canaan tries on the inside. Porsche gets the move on Kongchol. So Porsche Kalkan gets through into fourth position. Good overtake. So Porsche Kalkan now finds himself in fourth position. As Libin Lewis Canaan again tries to make the move on Mason Kwong. Oh, he again just bails out of the move at the last moment. Well, if you're not sure, don't take the risk. But he obviously felt it's not quite going to happen. And so Posh Kokchol now having to try and get himself back into fourth position, having lost out now to Porsche Kalkan. So Kwong, Canaan, Kostecki, Kalkan, Kongchol, Schilling and Ongbognoy. Sirachak Ongbognoy with the Repsol stickers on his cart, still pushing very hard indeed. Libin Lewis Canaan fancying his chances, but Mason Kwong's defending, and that's really tightening up the gaggle. Libin Lewis Canaan again looks over his shoulder, tries to see, has he got time to make a move on Mason Kwong into the Mickey Mouse section of the course? He has to think about it, but he's not close enough. Kostecki's right there with him. Then Kalkan trying to get the move on the inside of Kostecki. It's a late response, but he has to bail out of it. As Schilling now is trying to get his move on Kongchol. Well, this is fascinating stuff in the top 8 carts now, because we've now got Sivachak Ongbognoy and Tanawarat Vajabuti catching up to the tail end of this squabble. So now there's 8 carts in a row. Kwong, Canaan, Kostecki, Kalkan Kongchol, Schilling, Ongbognoy and Vajabuti. And a problem for Lewis Canaan. Libin Lewis Canaan drops back all the way to 7th position. Well, that's bad news for Libin Lewis Canaan, the Malaysian, making a big mistake. And now Jay Kostecki is gesticulating to Kalkan Come on, we can go after Mason Kwong now. So what happened to Libin Lewis Canaan? He was almost into the lead. Kostecki furiously shaking his fist towards Paddock Kalkan. Don't pass me, let's work together, let's go after Mason Kwong. Well, this is fascinating stuff. I really want to see what happened there to Libin Lewis Canaan again, because it was a bit difficult to see exactly what went wrong for the Malaysian. Looked like he just made a mistake off the hairpin. Hopefully we'll get a chance to look at it. But a big problem for Libin Lewis Canaan. And there is a warning flag to Mason Kwong. A warning flag to Kwong. He's the leader. Wow, that is very telling. Maybe there was a little bit of contact between the two drivers then. We need to have a look at the replay if we can, to really figure out exactly what happened. But for the moment, Kostecki fancies his chances here on Mason Kwong with assistance from Porsche Kalkan. Off the turn, down the main straight. And here goes Kostecki. Jay Kostecki's going to make his bid. Kalkan goes with him. Kwong down to 3rd. Kostecki, the championship leader, takes back the lead of this weekend. Great work from the Aussie. Now Kalkan having to defend the position from Kwong and Kongchol. As Kongchol has moved his way through to 4th position, Schilling's up to 5th. Kalkan has a look on the inside of Jay Kostecki, but he can't commit. Mason Kwong having another look. Porsche Kalkan, of course, he's not fighting for the championship, and he's not even Jay Kostecki's teammate, so he can go for it. He's not going to be assisting anybody in this race. He wants to win it for himself. Mason Kwong still fighting hard here in 3rd position. But it is very tough. Is Kalkan going to get his bid on the inside of Kostecki? No, because the Australian pulls across the racing line and halts his charge. But Kwong is not out of this. He's better at chasing than he is being hunted by the look of it. Off the hairpin, and we're going to have 2 to go. 2 laps left. Kostecki leads Kalkan and Mason Kwong. Then Kongchol. Schilling is holding his nerve in 5th position, doing a fine job of protecting his place from Sirachak Ongbognoy. So Sirachak Ongbognoy fancies his chance to go through into 6th position. On the move comes Kalkan. Gets the bid on Kostecki, and he's there. Lovely move from Porsche. There's an off at turn 1. We've got an off into the barriers of the first corner. So there's yellow flags down there, I'm afraid to say. So joining Joshua Tan at the retirements list is going to be another driver. Trying to figure out who it is that's retired from the race there. I think that might be Carson Choi. I'll double check. But it's certainly another retirement in this race. As now Kostecki's got back in front of Kalkan. Kostecki leads. Here comes Kwong. Diving to the inside line. He gets Kauka Janacek. There's a little whiff of a gap on Kostecki, but Kauka Janacek drives around the outside of Kwong. Little bit of paint trading. Here comes Kongchol. Very close indeed to the final hairpin. And Kostecki leads. Kauka Janacek second. Kwong alongside him. They're racing as if it's a final. What's Kauka Janacek doing? Trying to shake off Mason Kwong big time in a turn one. And that's brought Schilling into the battle in 5th position. He now fancies a chance at the top 3. They're squabbling like mad for 2nd place. Kauka Janacek, Kwong, and then Kongchol. Schilling just needs to keep himself honest in this one. Down the inside goes Kongchol. Takes the move on Mason Kwong. Kwong's going to come back at him in the next apex. Gets the move to the inside line. Little bit of a squiggle between the two men. Schilling looks on, as does Siddharchak Ongmagnoi. But Jay Kostecki may get an unbeaten run here. He's going to have Porsche Kauka Janacek doing everything he can to close up on him. They're trying to get this race finished before the clouds break. But down to the braking zone, Kongchol and Kwong absolutely together. There's a gap on the inside. Schilling's going to get through on Kongchol. Fantastic drive from Schilling. Into the final turn, and it's going to be Kostecki just in front of Kauka Janacek. 3rd place for Kwong. What a drive from Schilling. P4. What a race to start the cadet weekend. Absolutely magic. An incredible race. And Jay Kostecki comes out on top. Fist bumps between the Birolart boys, even though they're not even in the same team. But the Australian Jay Kostecki, what a drive. Now that is a man who is on the crest of the title. Absolutely phenomenal racecraft all the way through. Such an amazing duel from start to end. Well, I'm afraid it was Carson Chong, it was Chong Tae who ended up out of the race in the end there, I'm afraid to say, with Joshua Tan. So the two of them retiring from the race then. But it's Jay Kostecki who comes through for the win in front of Pattaya Kauka Janacek and Mason Kwong. Max Schilling, what a drive to 4th position from 11th on the grid. Siddharchak Ongmagnoi and Posh Kongchol, then Tarawara Vejabuti, Limon Luis Kanan, Sriatapat Tirapatara Bawang and Prin Vokabon in the top 10. Then it is Kaylin Delcy in 11th position ahead of Chinapat Vejabuti. Papazathon Salababanlang ahead of Potapong Wangnapachant. Then it is the 15, Pimpat Kurang Fatai ahead of Aaron Akil, then Sahara Leprasepticon, Carson Choi, Nutsarongrongastanakul, and George Patrizi, the Australian, ahead of Chong Tae and Joshua Tan, who ended up retiring. Absolutely amazing stuff from the drivers in cadet. Amazing drives there from Pattaya Kauka Janacek and Max Schilling in particular. They really stormed the establishment in that one. Amazing work and fantastic motivation from the drivers there. Excellent work. Some really good racecraft. You've got to feel for Limon Luis Kanan, who could have been in 1st position at one stage. We're going to look through the highlights here because I want to see the incident again between Limon Luis Kanan and Mason Kwong. See, the Malaysian tried a few times to get ahead of Mason Kwong. There's the move under yellow flags. That could get investigated, even though Kongchol gave the places back. That could well be investigated by the officials there because technically he still overtook under double waved yellows, and that is a big no-no. But he did give the positions back, so maybe there's going to be some grace there. Down the straight. This is where we're going to see, hopefully, the move. It's going to be into the penultimate corner where the move is. Right, this might be it. This is Limon Luis Kanan on the inside. Now he bails out of this overtake on Mason Kwong, but there's a bigger overtake later which actually comes back to bite Kanan, and Mason Kwong actually got the warning flag for it, and he would eventually drop back to 3rd position. Here's where it all kicks off. We're going to see the move in a couple of moments. Limon Luis Kanan, he actually ran onto the grass trying to go around the outside of Kwong. Now, I'm not sure why Kwong got the warning flag for that. Maybe it was for something else, because Mason Kwong, I didn't really see anything untoward there about what he did, but maybe from that angle it was difficult to pick up. What a scrap this was between Porsche Kauka Janacek, Jay Kostecki and Mason Kwong. Great move from Porsche. He now gets ahead of Jay Kostecki. Kostecki doesn't fancy that, gets back to the inside line and takes back the lead. And then it all kicks off between Kwong, Kauka Janacek, Kongchol, and that's enough for Kostecki to get the tiniest whiff of a gap. Kongchol gets the move there on Kwong. and then suddenly it all falls apart on the last lap. Look at this from Kongshol, tries to drive right around the outside of Kwong, loses ground and loses out to Schilling and Ongbungnoi before the checkered flag. What a race though. That was more like a final than a Heat 1. Excellent racing in the Cadet and Cadet Rookies category. Provisional in Heat 1 then for Jay Kostecki. So it's wins so far then in Junior X30 from Sera Kojima. In the Cadet X30, the victory taken by Jay Kostecki. But what a start. What a start to proceedings then. As we look over the Bira circuit, and those grey clouds are getting thicker. Very much thicker. And look at the display there of joy down the pit lane from Max Schilling, who's turned his weekend around in that first heat. If he does that again this afternoon, he's in contention for the win overall. Never mind out of the championship contenders. That's how to turn your weekend around. Great work. Great, great work. Right, Master X30 up next. And this is going to be quite a tough battle out there for the contenders. Up at the sharp end, Wedasaki Yamchan, of course, wants to consolidate his championship-winning form from the season, having already clinched the title last time out, and he did so flamboyantly in qualifying with a pole position 4 thousandths of a second quicker than Darren Formosa of Australia and 6 thousandths of a second quicker than Ian Willock of Singapore. Amazing how close it was for the pole position in Master X30. Just astonishing. 3 drivers, 6 thousandths of a second. That is the equivalent of roughly about 12 centimeters. Just incredible how close it is between those 3 in terms of the times. Wedasaki Yamchan doesn't know much English, but when I spoke to him after the qualifying, he was very happy. That's a word he does know. Great runs, though, from Darren Formosa, the Australian, 60 years of age, and still ridiculously quick in a straight line. He's definitely going to be a tough one to beat if he's on form this weekend, and they have found an amazing crop of form. But the very talented Australian from Taylor's Hill in Victoria, with a chance to move his way further forward. We've now started to get some raindrops on the circuit. Well, we said there was a chance of getting some rain. Now it's raining big time. So, drivers getting out of karts. As now suddenly, it looks like we may go to wet setup. Well, thank goodness it didn't happen during the race itself. That would have been a disaster. But now we suddenly go from dry suits to wet suits. Well, this is going to be a dramatic change in fortunes now as the rain comes in the afternoon. And this is heavy, heavy rain as well. This is going to completely change the course of the weekend. Well, this is ferociously intense rain now on the circuit. So thank goodness our junior and cadet races got through without the rain falling, because that could have been very nasty. It has now been declared a wet race. That means that the tyre choice is open. There is the confirmation on the circuit. Wet race is declared. And you can see for yourself on the cameras the moisture that is coming off the turns here. Well, this changes everything. All of the drivers have basically removed their karts from their positions, and they're now going to put the wet tyres on the karts. They're going to change everything. You've got a feel for the Australians there. That is Darren Formosa and his mechanic, Neil McCauley. And they are still out in the open, but they're Australians. They don't mind a little bit of rain. They're just going to get on with it. Save time getting it all under the awning. Just get the tyres changed over. Little bit of a change to the setup. Well, this is dramatic scenes here as the whole Master X30 grid is obviously going to have to change from a wet setup, from a dry setup, sorry, to a wet setup. It's been declared a wet race. Everybody that is taking shelter is doing so, but Darren and Neil down there are just getting on with it. But look at how much moisture is going onto the circuit in this short space of time. That's what it's like when it rains in Thailand. And in Pattaya in particular, there's been a lot of rainfall over the last 2 weeks. So this is going to be a dramatically different race day now. In the last race weekend of the season as well. What a way to change things around. The wet race really changing things dramatically here. But Darren Formosa and Neil McCauley going to work in the holding area to bolt on those wet tyres to give him the best possible chance. And in Master X30, of course, this completely changes the game. So it's no longer about speed, it's about racecraft, it's about intelligence now. And there's a lot of intelligent pairs of hands and feet in the Master X30 category, even though there's only 7 of them in the field, let me tell you. So everybody getting themselves ready for an exciting battle out on the course. Suddenly, the pit wall deserts. And there's the number 15, that's the Carlos Sainz chassis of Pimpat Kurangfatai being pushed back to his garage. But the INFINITY IAME Series Asia weekend has suddenly hit a wet spot as the rain absolutely pelts down here at Pattaya. And we are told that the Master X30 race will now begin at 2:40 rather than 2:35. So the rain comes to bear up. It always comes heavily, but it suddenly changed the entire face of this weekend. I did wonder if we were going to dodge a bullet today. Sadly, not. Look at how quickly it has got to monsoon conditions. So all of the grip that was put into the circuit yesterday during the testing was washed away last night by rain. Well, now it's washing away even more. Wedasaki Amchan is going to be starting from pole position in this one. Darren Formosa, the Australian, alongside him in second place. Then the Singaporean Ian Willock alongside his countryman Mark Yao. And then it will be Harith bin Zaralo, the man who's confirmed as second place in the Drivers' Championship, in fifth place on the starting grid, sorry. Tirukumaran, the fastest surgeon in Asia, 6th position on the grid. And then alongside him is going to be Tam Yuk Ho in 7th place of the grid. There may only be 7 Master X30 drivers, but get this. Pole position for Wedasaki Amchan was a 56.381. Darren Formosa's time, 56.385. Ian Willock, 56.387. 6 thousandths of a second between the top 3 drivers. Incredible. But now just look at the conditions and look at the circuit. It is no longer a racetrack. It is now an ice rink. Well, this is what we feared could happen over the course of the race weekend. At least we managed to get one dry race in both Junior X30 and Cadet X30. But in Master and Senior, and for race 2 later as well, it's going to be wet tyres all the way. Look at it. So much rain falling in such a short space of time. So now we've got a very different day in prospect. So now it's all going to come down to intelligence for the rest of the day now. So as everybody gets themselves ready for what the rest of the day could unfold with, 6 races to go today, and it's going to be a very different day at the office now. Well, this gives us a little bit of a chance to tell you a bit about what we can expect over the course of the weekend, certainly for the championship battles, because we've got a bit of a delay on our hands here as we get ourselves ready for the start, which will now take place in 5 minutes rather than a few seconds ago. In Master X30, certainly Wedasaki Amchan is ahead of Harith Zaralo in the championship fight, but Alpesh Patel, who is third in the points at the moment, is not here this weekend, so there's a good chance he could lose enough points to the likes of Ian Willock and Tam Yuk Ho, and maybe even Darren Formosa if he gets the weekend he wants to put himself into the top 5 of the championship overall. It's still doable because we've got several drivers in the championship fight, from Ian Willock on 39 all the way down to Darren Formosa in 8th place of the championship on 26. And even Tiru Kumaran's on 21 behind. So there's not actually that many points to separate these guys in the championship fight. So it could go anybody's way, especially now that we've got a wet race on our hands, because things are going to get very interesting. Now, of course, in these conditions, you would be hesitant to put the juniors and the cadets into the action. But in Masters and Seniors, well, they've got plenty of experience in these sorts of conditions. So they would probably relish the chance. And I know there's a few drivers who actually said, in these kind of conditions, I'd relish the chance to go racing at this sort of level. But this is going to be a very tricky race now with the rain absolutely pelting down here at Bira. This is what we were fearing could happen over the course of the weekend. There is a 5-minute delay, but at the moment it's only a 5-minute delay. I say at the moment because of course we haven't got the signal yet to get back to starters' orders once again. But a very difficult day at the office now in Prospect as the rain absolutely pelts it down here at Bira Circuit. Not an easy situation for any of the mechanics or the drivers or even the officials and marshals running the event to find themselves in at this point. But I suppose if we had to have some drama, why not save it for the last weekend of the year? And don't forget, we've got a championship battle to go in Senior X30 this weekend as well. Just a handful of points separating Yuka Po and Kai Burke in the championship showdown in Senior X30, and they're about to drive into this in wet conditions. It's already pretty wet down there, and around the course it's going to be almost like powerboat racing on some corners, as the karts will slip and slide quite a lot in these conditions. Even with the wet tyres on, I finally got my first taste of driving an X30 on wet tyres on a very soaking wet track last year, courtesy of Mikko Lane, if he happens to be listening in on our live stream, when I had my first debut in the IAME Nordic Cup weekend out in Norway at the KNA Varna circuit. And I tell you what, it was a joy to drive an X30 in wet conditions. I absolutely loved it. It was a really grippy car in a really grippy conditions. Maybe it's because I weigh about the same as a church. I was able to have plenty of grip in the wet conditions, but very nicely done anyway. And I really appreciated that. Still plenty of events to go in my IAME calendar for 2025, of course, because we've got the IAME Asia Final in December. And next month, of course, I'll be returning to Europe briefly for the IAME Euro Cup at Le Mans in France. That'll be great fun. Well, the rain in Thailand is very, very heavy. Attention Paddock, can we please have the following drivers to the stewards? Number 164, number 18, and number 59. So the following drivers to the stewards: 164, 18, and 59. That is driver number 164, driver number 18, and driver number 59. Please go to the stewards immediately. Thank you. So you can see for yourself what the officials are handing out to the drivers for the Master X30, an extra formation lap. So now they're all formed up just off the circuit, although I've just spotted out the corner of my eye there, Wedaseki Yamchan strutting out onto the circuit to get himself out on the course. There is Darren Formosa going down the main straight, and look at the water that he is pushing out from behind him down the straight. Oh my goodness, look at turn one. That is an absolute ocean as they are sent out onto the circuit. Oh my word, that's way too much water for karting. And I've got a feeling this is going to be a quick experiment that will end very, very quickly. The engines could flood here, that's the thing. You push out too much water off the circuit at speed and the engines could end up getting flooded here. They're going around for what is known as an extra formation lap before they form up. Can they actually run in these conditions? That's the thing. We're getting more water over the top of the kart around this course at the moment. So this is a bit of a debate now, actually, as to whether we can actually race. But that's why they've sent them out for the formation lap, because if any drivers can cope with learning that lesson, it's the Master X30 drivers. They will know, through all their years of experience, can we actually drive in these conditions or not? And at the moment, there's a genuine chance of aquaplaning at this moment in time. There's so much standing water at turn one. And look at the penultimate hairpin. Darren Formosa is about to drive his way through that hairpin now. Red flags, no surprise. The race is stopped before it even starts, and that is the right decision. That is absolutely the right call. Far too much standing water on the circuit. We're going to have to wait until the rain dissipates. So the race is red flagged. Everybody will come back into the pits, I reckon, although in the past, of course, it actually dictates that they've got to stop on the start-finish straight. As Ian Willock has actually got to drive with his visor open. Look at it at turn 1. I have never seen so much rain on a kart circuit in all my years. That is absolutely astonishing. That is just about the heaviest rain-soaked circuit I think I've seen in 15 years of commentary. And I've seen quite a bit in the years. No surprises, red flags, the race will not start. Well, that is a ferocious, ferocious amount of water. So the drivers will tiptoe their way round. I wouldn't be at all surprised if they decide to drive straight back into the pits. In fact, that's what they're being told to do by the officials. So the officials are bringing them back in to the pit lane. So I imagine then that the race is going to be delayed for the Master X30. And of course, if the Master X30 cannot run, neither can the Senior X30. So I think we're going to have a bit of a delay here then, folks, unfortunately. I'll try and keep up to date with all of your messages. Of course, this isn't the best situation, but I know there's many drivers watching. And they will look at this and probably feel exactly the same way. I wouldn't drive in those conditions either. That's not just wet, that's an ocean full of water out on the circuit, and it's particularly intense this time. I've seen heavy rain showers in the Infinity Asia Championships in the past. At LYL, over at Langkawi last year, we had a particularly heavy one. But this is a different level, a very different level indeed. This is water like you would not believe at this particular point of the course. And so it's definitely heavy. Adrian Ferguson watching along on the stream. Look at the standing water. Too right. It's some of the worst I've ever seen, I think. Okay, so I've just been informed by the race director that due to the adverse weather conditions, the race has currently been suspended for the moment. So racing has been suspended on safety concerns because of the adverse weather conditions. There is too much standing water on the course. So racing for the moment has been suspended, awaiting further inspection. So the team is looking into the safety proceedings, obviously, and making sure that everybody is safe and sound. The racing cannot start with the amount of rainfall currently on the circuit and the amount of standing water on the circuit, of course, as well. The standing water is not going to improve with the rain still falling. So I think essentially we're in a position where we're trying to wait for the rain shower to pass. Because if anything, the rain has actually got heavier. It's not got lighter, it's got heavier in the last few minutes. So in good conscience, the officials have taken the decision to suspend racing for the moment. And we will wait for the conditions to improve. And so we will await further inspection. So at the moment, we'll keep these pictures on your screen. But for the moment, there is not going to be any racing. Racing has been suspended for the moment. And you can see for yourselves exactly why. That is one of the heaviest rain showers I've ever been in at a karting circuit anywhere in the world. And it's only getting heavier. What was it the Met Office said? 40% chance of rain today. Are you kidding? That's 1,000% chance of rain. That's half the rain in India, China, Sri Lanka, Malaysia, Singapore and Thailand put together, all on one racetrack at the same time. Has anybody got any dinghies? We might need some. But the good news is that the officials were on the case very quickly indeed. They knew straight away. So we've obviously got a bit of a pause in proceedings now. I might wander downstairs and see if there's anybody floating around at the race office, just so we can have a word with a driver or two. But certainly, the way things currently are, there's no chance, absolutely zero chance of racing in these conditions. Good decision by the officials to suspend racing for the time being. Totally the right call. So we're going to wander out. I've just wandered out of my commentary box to go downstairs, because it's one thing looking out a window or on a live stream, but it's much more accurate to come out and see it for yourselves. And I can barely hear some of the conversation around me because of the water falling in front of me. And there are actually rivers running down the pit lane. You don't see that very often. That's a very, very thick rain shower indeed. And of course, everybody taking refuge in their awnings or in their motorhomes at the moment. There's rain, and then there's this much rain. I'll wander through, see if anybody's taken refuge at the timing screen. A few drivers tend to from time to time. Well, I'm going to have a quick word, actually, while we've got a delay in proceedings with a couple of drivers. Jackson is next to me. Jackson, Susan and Harlow. Well, that puts a bit of a bummer on things, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty wet. I hope I'm not going out in this wet. I don't know. It'll be fun, but I'll be soaked, so...
I was going to say, have you ever driven in conditions that bad before?
Yeah, we're in Australia, when it gets like this, we still race. They don't stop us. They're just like, if you put it through a fence, it's all on you.
Well, that's because you guys have got several screws loose.
Yeah, definitely. So, no, it'll be fun. It is what it is. All these boys have driven on the tyre. I haven't, so I'll probably be a bit rusty in the first couple of laps. But, yeah, we'll see. It probably needs to stop a bit before they start again. So, hopefully we get to race. But if we don't, it's probably, it might save someone, because I'd say there'll be someone that goes through a war. So, we'll see.
All right, cheers, Jackson. Thanks for the update.
Mate. Appreciate it.
Yeah, in Australia, they do carry on racing in these conditions, of course. But, yeah, there's no chance. I mean, we could see from the outlap, when the Masters were out there, several of them were actually underwater when they were going around. So I think for the likes of Mark Yao and Darren Formosa, it must have felt like being back in the bath, to be honest. But it's pretty wet down here. I've just come around to the back of, oh my word, I've just come around to the back of the CRG Thailand pit lane. And in their awning, some of them have taken their sandals off and they're actually floating. There's so much standing water, the sandals are actually in danger of floating into the Birla Asia awning. My goodness, there is so much water down here. And it's certainly not easing up any moment now. Some of the toughest rain, and certainly for the longest period as well. This is going to make the circuit completely different to what it was yesterday or even the day before. So the mechanics are now changing pretty much everything they can on the rear axle of the car. They're making all sorts of different changes. I'm trying to get an idea as to exactly what is being changed here, from what I can see, into the Birla awning and the CRG Thailand awning, because there's a heck of a lot of work now, as pretty much every mechanic is going to every car and making adaptations and adjustments to make sure that the driving conditions will suit the drivers in rain. But, wow, very tricky stuff, it has to be said. So, good decision, though, by the officials, because obviously knowing that there was that much standing water out on the circuit on the formation lap, the drivers couldn't even get the kart round feasibly in those conditions. So, yeah, there was no chance on that one. No news at the moment yet as to when the race will restart, but we'll keep it up to date with you. Attention Paddock. Will the following drivers make their way to the race directors? 164, 122, and 18. That is 164, 122, and number 18. Please make your way to the race director up in the tops of the building. Thank you. Very tricky conditions here indeed. If you've only just joined us, well, you've only missed 2 races. We should have missed 3 by now, but we've only missed 2 because adverse weather conditions have definitely come in to halt things at the moment. It's been very tricky at this phase of the race because we've had more rainfall in the last 20 minutes than we've had in the entire season, I think, in the INFINITY IAME Series Asia. The rain shower is here to stay, and it's not stopping anytime soon. But it's very tricky, obviously, to know what's going to happen next because we're basically now just depending on the rain to cease or at least ease up, because at the moment neither of those things is likely. Looking at the cloud cover over the circuit, and it is an absolute sea of grey clouds now. So I don't really see the clouds dissipating anytime soon. And that's going to mean that essentially we are waiting for some activity. So it's all hands to the mops and buckets and brooms and anything else that will eventually clear the circuit. But there's no point even trying to clear the circuit of the standing water until the rain actually dissipates. So it's a very strange situation we find ourselves in here. I noticed that the noodle makers at WOW have already put all their noodles away. I'm not at all surprised. But it's been a very tricky start to the weekend for sure if this is the level of rain we're going to get. Definitely tricky conditions for all of the teams and drivers trying to cope with the weather here. The thing is, there's nowhere really to shelter from the rain because it's coming in almost sideways at this moment. But yeah, very difficult, very tricky situation that the drivers and the teams find themselves in here. And we are still suspended at the moment for racing, awaiting further inspection of the circuit, which cannot really happen until the rain eases off, essentially. But looking at the ambulance bay behind me, where I'm stood just under the race control building, I can already see there's about half an inch of standing water just where I'm stood. And that's a lot of standing water just in one place. So that gives you an idea of just how much rain is already falling around the course. So it's pretty tricky stuff at the moment, trying to wait to see what the official situation is. Well, the official situation is very simple. We can't race at all or even do an inspection until the rain eases in some way, which it isn't doing at any time soon. So we'll leave the pictures on your screen. If we get a chance to talk to a driver or two to fill the gap, then we will. But obviously at the moment, the only thing we can really tell you is that there is no racing on the track. Racing has been suspended after the first junior and first cadet heat, which ran to completion. But in preparation for the Master X30 race, the rain arrived on the circuit, and it's only been getting more intense as the racing has suspended for the time being. So we will investigate and inspect the circuit again when the rain eases. But as it hasn't done that in the last 20 minutes, we will have to wait until that happens. So stay with us. We'll do the best we can to give you an update as and when it's needed. But for the moment, at least, the racing has been suspended pending further investigation due to what you can see for yourselves, adverse weather conditions, as Thailand gives us all the rain in the sky. Well, folks, we are still obviously under race suspension. A few of the drivers trying to either take shelter or get an vantage point of the situation. Darren Formosa is standing beside me, having just been out. Well, you tried a formation lap. It was an interesting attempt, wasn't it?
We had a bit of a go at it, but I could not see anything. I've never been hit by water so hard, and I do a bit of surfing sometimes back home. But that was probably one of the biggest waves I've ever ridden.
Wow. And of course, you're doing it while suited and booted with a helmet on and everything. It must have been impossible to do anything in that situation.
Look, it was amazing, but not also knowing where the puddles are around this circuit. That was extremely difficult, so I just kept trying to look for high spots of the circuit. But I need to probably replace my racing licence to a scuba licence, and we'll see how we go with that.
So I'm guessing from a driver's point of view, we obviously have to wait now for the rain to at least dissipate, which it hasn't done so far. How long would you give it after the rain has stopped, judging by how much standing water there actually was?
Look, just depending on what the drainage is like around the circuit, you know, if they could get the drainage running, I believe it'll dry quite well. But it's all about drainage. There's puddles. Turn 1 was diabolical. So I'm glad that the organisers have stopped it. And but I'm wet. I'm soggy, and I want to go home.
Well, don't go home just yet. There might be some racing yet, Darren. See you in a bit.
No worries, mate. Thank you.
I'm not at all surprised. Yeah, a scuba license was needed, says Darren Formosa. And I think that's a fairly accurate description of the situation down here at Bira Circuit in Thailand. If you're still watching along at home, waiting for updates, well, we've got nothing so far. Let's have a quick chat to Mason Kwong while he's here. Mason, that was a very tough opening cadet race. What was it like out there from your side?
It was kind of tough. I don't know how to say this, but yeah.
There were some difficult battles out there. It was tough to defend a position, but it was also tough to fight back into the position. What was the toughest part of the race?
Maybe keeping my place in first. And also trying to overtake Paddock. Great defending from him.
Coming home still in the top 5 in a race that competitive, still not a bad position to be in, ready for Heat 2, but now it's going to be wet for at least a bit of it. How are you feeling for that?
I'm feeling good. I like wet races. Yeah.
Well, there's wet and then there's boat. That's going to be different. Thanks, Mason.
Thank you.
It's going to be a very wet race indeed when they finally get their race started. Of course, the difficulty now is that we don't just have to wait for the rain to ease, we have to wait for the circuit to drain. There are patches of the circuit which are rivers, and there are patches of the circuit which just have a slight top surface of moisture. So it's difficult to gauge the situation. But the good news is that I'm looking up at the sky, and I can see the storm starting to clear. So I think in another 10 minutes or so, we may start to seriously consider going racing again, but it's going to be at least 10 minutes before we get a good enough circuit position to actually consider racing, and then probably another 5 minutes at least added onto that before we consider getting a race started again. So you've still got at least another 10 to 15 minutes or so of waiting, I'm afraid, but that's because safety is paramount. This isn't Formula One, this isn't World Rally, this isn't the top pinnacle of motor racing. It is still karting. And when you've got a couple of millimeters ground clearance, you know, as Darren Formosa himself said, when you go through those patches of water and the water actually ends up going through your race suit and going up into your helmet from underneath, that's when you know you can't race at all. So we'll just wait for the adverse weather conditions to improve, and hopefully we'll be able to go racing very soon indeed. I want to see, actually, I've just spotted a driver I want to have a quick word with. Kai Burke is just opposite me. And I think he's gone straight past up towards the Birla awning. Yes, indeed, he has. So I'll let him take shelter. We'll try and grab him a bit later on, perhaps. But yeah, if you've only just joined us on our coverage of the INFINITY IAME Series Asia, you've only missed the first 2 races of the weekend so far. The Junior X30 and Cadet X30 openers. Just before we went out for the Master X30, the heavens opened. We tried to go racing because we went out for a formation lap, but to be honest, we needed boats. We didn't need carts. And so very quickly it became apparent that we couldn't race. And so the racing has been suspended pending investigation as to when we can go racing again. But I estimate it's going to be at least another 10, maybe 15 minutes before we even get any idea as to when we'll go racing again. We will go racing again, whether that's today or whether that's tomorrow, we'll let you know. There's still enough time to get races in today. It's going to be a tight squeeze, but obviously now the drivers and teams need to be preparing for wet conditions for the rest of the day, because even if the track itself dries, there's going to be runoff areas that will be wet, and there'll be grass verges which will obviously be saturated, and there's going to be parts of the circuit that are still particularly wet around the course. So it's not going to be particularly easy to gauge how good the conditions are going to get. So it will be pretty tricky out there for everybody. So stay tuned. We will try and get some updates as soon as humanly possible as to when racing is going to resume. But I estimate, looking at the circuit itself and looking at the skies, we've got at least another 10 minutes, maybe even 15, before we get a proper assessment of the situation as it improves. Attention paddock, as we are currently under race suspension due to adverse weather conditions. Please listen out for all of the investigations and the notices that will come through over the speakers, as very soon indeed race officials will be giving instructions. So please listen out to all of the instructions on the loudspeaker. Stand by and we will give you instruction as to what will happen next. All race drivers and teams, stand by for further information. Thank you. Attention Paddock, attention Paddock. Would driver number 88 please report to the stewards? Number 88, please report to the stewards. Thank you. Attention Paddock, attention Paddock. As you can see, the adverse weather conditions have worsened once again, so we are still under race suspension pending further inspection. We will give updates on the half hour. So we will try our best to give you another update in the next half hour to inform you as to what the decision will be. So stay tuned, be on standby, and we will try to give you an update in the next half an hour. Thank you. Attention Paddock. We have been instructed by race control. We are going to restart racing. The first race will be the Master X30. The formation lap will begin at 17:15 local time. 17:15 local time. The races will be declared as a wet race, which means that tyre choice is open. 17:15 is the formation lap beginning. 17:15 is when the formation lap will begin for the Master X30. Senior X30, please get yourselves ready. Your race will be directly after the Master X30. So folks, the 5-minute board has gone up at the end of the pit lane, and it means that we are going to finally get the chance to restart racing here at the Bira circuit in Thailand for the INFINITY IAME Series Asia Round 6 2025. Thank you so much everybody, both here at the circuit and watching along at home, for your patience. It has not been a difficult situation in terms of logistics, other than waiting for the rain and the storm to pass over the circuit, but what it has definitely given us is a little bit of a problem in terms of the race schedule, because we have been delayed now by 3 hours roughly in terms of the timetable. But the good thing is that we are now going to go racing again. There are still patches of water on the circuit, but the good news is the rain has now actually stopped, which is the first time we can say that for any decent length of time. The attempt is now going to be made for the Master X30 and Senior X30 Heat 1 to be run. Then we will assess the situation again. If we are so able to run Heat 2, then we obviously have a time cut-off curfew this evening of 6:30. If we can fit Heat 2 in that time, we will attempt to do so. If that is not going to be the case, then we will reassess the timetable for tomorrow to try and incorporate Heat 2, the Super Heat and the final into tomorrow's activity. We are well aware of the fact, of course, that the drivers and teams do have flights tomorrow. We will do our best to ensure that we can complete the race program in full. So as you can see, the Master X30 drivers are out on the course doing their formation lap, and this time they do not have massive bow waves behind them, just a few rooster tails out on the circuit on this occasion. There are just 6 taking to the start for the Master X30 now, rather than the original 7. And that is due to the rather sad absence for Mark Yao, who of course is not only a racing driver, but also a businessman. And so he has had to leave the circuit rather sadly to conduct a meeting. Unfortunately, under the normal race schedule, he would have been able to complete both of his races, but work comes first when you are a hobbyist racing driver. So, unfortunately, Mark has had to sit out this race. Maybe he'll get the chance now to compete in Heat 2, depending on when his meeting ends and when we decide to hold it. But obviously, that's all got to come down to the assessment of the situation. The good news is that the Master X30 drivers are now out on the circuit, getting some running in. It is wet out there on the course, of course, but it is nowhere near as wet as it was the last time we sent the Master X30 drivers out on the course. There are still some rather big damp patches out on the circuit. But the good news is that they can now run on the wet tyres on the rougher parts on the circuit. The problem is, when we last tried to run the Senior X30 race at about 2:25 local time, there was so much standing water that the airboxes were actually flooded. One mechanic told me that during the Master X30 formation lap, they actually took the airbox out and emptied it out, where there was a full litre of water in the airbox. Which is something I've never seen before, certainly on a formation lap in wet conditions. So it was just impossible to go racing. And certainly, even though there was a gap in the weather, there was still a lot of rivers around the circuit. And then, of course, the storm intensified for a second time. So it was not possible to run until they were able to run. So now the formation laps are completed. They have 2 formation laps because of the weather conditions. The race distance has been shortened for the weather conditions. It is now 8 laps for this first heat of the weekend. But we are now, thank goodness, back to racing conditions. So the drivers are in the 2 rows on the grid, the 2 tram lines. Wadasak Yamchan lining up in pole position alongside Hollywood himself, Darren Formosa. And then it will be Ian Willock alone on the second row. From Harith Bin Zaralo, Tidu Kumaran and Tamyuk Ho, they'll come off the final turn together. And hopefully we'll get into starters orders. We do straight away. And Darren Formosa is already setting off in charge of Wadasak Yamchan into turn 1. A few bow waves into the first corner, but everybody is through safely, which is very good news indeed as we go into race conditions. But of course, it's only going to be 8 laps for the heat, thanks to the weather conditions. But we are now into starters orders as Wadasak Yamchan leads Darren Formosa. 3rd position for the hard-charging Tidu Kumaran, I believe that is, getting into 3rd place. As the rest of the trio, Ian Willock, Harith Bin Zaralo and Tamyuk Ho battle in the conditions. Harith Bin Zaralo trying to get the move on the inside there of the Gillard chassis of Ian Willock and not being able to get that move done for the moment. But now we've got Tiru Kumaran really pressuring Darren Formosa to try and make a mistake. And so far the back end is stepping out, but it is raceable. So down to the back straight, we're under green flag conditions for the first of our 8 laps here on the Bira circuit, and Wedaseki Yamchan is just disappearing out in front of Darren Formosa and Tiro Kumaran. Kumaran fancies his chances in the final turn for a gap, but he can't find the way through. So Formosa still second, Kumaran third, Willock is in 4th place, then it is Binzarolo and Tam Yukho at the back end of the field. Oh, and off the road goes Darren Formosa into turn 1, straight off, hits the bow wave and goes into the barriers. He manages to rejoin, but that is an off for Darren Formosa running in 2nd place. He's just lost it completely through turn 1, hit the wet patch and skated off the road. So it's still very treacherous out there. But the good news is that Darren is able to get going again at the back end of the field, as there is now an almighty battle going on between Ian Willock and Harith Binzarolo for 3rd position behind Tiru Kumaran, who is still trying to move his way further forward up in 2nd position, but he's got pressure now from Willock. Meanwhile, out in front, it is Wedaseki Yamchan, very much continuing what he was good at over the course of the season, running a very solid lead in this race now. Not having too many difficulties out there in the lead, hopping over the curbs. To the Kumaran 2nd, Willock 3rd. Kumaran is being hustled though by the Singaporean. 4th place, Harith Binzarolo, the Malaysian, and then it is Tam Yukho, with Darren Formosa getting himself back up to speed after his pirouette into the barrier. But the battle for 2nd place really raging now, as we've got Ian Willock trying to charge after Kumaran. They're having to tiptoe their way through the 2nd corner as they desperately try and wait to get that power down. Bit of a run wide there from Willock. Harith Binzarolo may get a run off turn 4, but it's going to be tricky as they run through up past the Marshall post, and it's getting slippery there. Still a lot of standing water up on that far side of the circuit. But Wedaseki Yamchan is having the race of his life up front. The new champion having no issues at all running up at the sharp end of the field. So it's still going very well indeed. Wedaseki Yamchan going well. 2nd place though, Tiru Kumaran, really enjoying his time in the sunshine. 2nd place here ahead of Ian Willock and Harith Binzarolo, then Tam Yukho, then Darren Formosa. Still running a solid race in P6, trying to get himself back onto the tail of the 4 gentlemen directly in front of him. But Wedaseki Yamchan has 5 laps to go here, having completed the first 3. Kumaran, Willock and Harith Binzarolo still having a fairly decent run of it into the first corner. Bit of a mistake there from Tiru Kumaran. The concertina effect really backs up the pack. Willock and Zaralo not able to take advantage on this occasion, as up the inside Tiru Kumaran may lose out to Willock. Willock has the back down. Harith Binzarolo with a chance to bounce back in him. And still they trade positions there. Positions on the road itself rather than positions in the race, as it were. Looking for those racing lines to try and make the benefit. But out in front, no worries at all for Wedaseki Yamchan, who knows this circuit so well in the wet conditions. So it's definitely a good benefit for him as he continues to make steady progress around this very tricky race circuit. But very good work so far, as everybody is just going through the motions here, trying to keep it all nice and calm. Tricky to get it all working so far. A very difficult situation. A great battle. Still they run in close proximity. Up to the first corner. Tricky stuff, and that might be a chance for Harith Binzarolo up alongside Ian Willock. He thought he had a move on the inside line, but there was so much standing water to the inside that the wheels just spun underneath him. Not a lot he could do. Now he's trying to go right round the outside at turn 3. And then switch back for the undercut on the other side of the course up towards Marshall Post 4. As he runs around the far side, Willock still trying to hold this position. But Harith Binzarolo fancies his chances as they go into the Mickey Mouse section again. It's still pretty tricky, as Wedaseki Yamchan still leads the way, but this battle is the one we want to see. Tiru Kumaran in 2nd place, ahead of Ian Willock and Harith Binzarolo. So Tiru Kumaran still going well in 2nd place, keeping himself to himself in the front end of this chasing pack. But Willock can't get close enough, and Harith Binzarolo loses ground in traction as Tam Yukho follows in close proximity behind them. The rain has become a real leveler in this one. 3 laps to go for all of the field as they run through together. Wedaseki Yamchan out in front, but Tiru Kumaran under big pressure as they go into turn one, and Willock is going to try and dive on the inside line to get second. He can't get there. Harith Bin Zaralo going to try and get back on the inside line, exactly the same as it was the last lap, and it's the traction, the wheel spin that comes off the turn that really holds up the moves. Harith Bin Zaralo tries again around the outside, then cuts back for the switch. Ian Willock positions his kart nicely, the Gillard versus the Carlos Sainz chassis. And the Gillard holds station. Very nice work so far. Harith Bin Zaralo trying to go right round the outside, and again, hope there's a little bit more grip to play with. The racing line is not necessarily the one you want to be on in these conditions. It's a lot about instinct at this phase as they go through a big amount of standing water. And Harith Bin Zaralo tries to hold it right round the far side in the hope that this is going to come back to him. There's a little bit of a nudge from Harith Bin Zaralo on the back of Ian Willock in the hope that he can make a move on the inside line. Still parts of the circuit with a lot of standing water, but it's good enough that we can still race it. 2 laps to go as Wedasaki Amchan holding his lead very nicely. There could be a chance here for Willock into turn one. He's closer to Tiru Kumaran than he's been for a while. Can he power slide up the inside of Kumaran as Harith Bin Zaralo goes round the outside of Ian Willock, but he can't sustain it. Good variations in racecraft then from the drivers as they try to find the benefit in these conditions. Zaralo round the outside again of Willock to try and pin down the power. Now he's going to cut through for the inside line, but again Willock is able to roll on the power and just catch out the Malaysian on the exit. Very nice work and superb racecraft from these men. So much experience of driving in all conditions, of course. And this is instinct. Every lap the circuit changes a little bit. But Ian Willock really putting Tiru Kumaran under some pressure. He needs a gap to really feist the kart on the inside line. But he's got to also make sure he can slow the kart down for the next apex. Harith Bin Zaralo goes very long on the brakes into the penultimate hairpin to try and hoodwink Ian Willock on the exit. Final lap begins for Wedasaki Amchan. So Wedasaki Amchan goes into the final lap out in the lead of the race, but Tiru Kumaran still leads this in front of Ian Willock and Harith Bin Zaralo in the battle for second position. It's been very tight all the way. Now Harith Bin Zaralo is going to try and cut from the outside line to the inside line in the hope to go for a switch, but he still can't quite get the traction out of the first couple of corners. Now he draws level with Willock as they go through 3. Gets back to the inside line on the hairpin, but he just doesn't quite have the undercut. He's trying some various lines. He might be able to hoodwink Willock here on the far side, and then up towards the Mickey Mouse section. He can go long around the outside. Cuts back in for a slow apex on the curb. Tucks back in through the left-hander, early on the power. But there's wheel spin. There's nothing he can do about it. Meanwhile, out in front, it is going to be Wedasaki Amchan. Very good work indeed from the man who's already been crowned this year's Master X30 champion. He will come through the final corner any moment now to claim his victory. So there is the checkered flag. Wedasaki Amchan will be victorious on the home straight. Very nice work indeed here at Bira. And we look back, is it still going to be Tiru Kumaran in second place? It certainly is. He's been able to hold on in front of Ian Willock and Harith Bin Zaralo after a very tough race. That was tricky stuff between the 3 of them. Tamio Ko coming home in 5th place, and Darren Formosa after his earlier spin will cross the line in P6 after a very tough race there. A very tricky race battle. And so the checkered flag is out for them all. And that really gives us a conclusion to a very tough opening race for the Master X30. Okay, it's almost 2.5 hours after it should have happened, but at least it has happened. In fact, I think the original plan was for the race for the Master X30 to begin at 14:25. It has just finished at 17:25. So it's clearly the longest Master X30 race in human history. Although, of course, it only ran for 8 laps. So Wedasaki Amchan taking the victory in front of Tiru Kumaran, then Ian Willock, the Singaporean, 3rd position ahead of Harith Bin Zaralo. Tamio Ko in 5th position and Darren Formosa in P6. A race that had very little happening in it. It's going to be a quick cut and dry going into the next run because the 5-minute board is going up straight away. No waiting on point because obviously we're now running almost 3 hours behind schedule, so it's literally one race done, get the next race on. Senior X30 is up first in the next rotation. Jackson Suslin Harlow, the Australian champion, newly crowned in 2025. going on to the front row of the grid for his first ever pole position in the Asian IAME series, alongside Yuka Po, the man who could be destined to become champion. He's got a lot of work to do, and he's got a lot of opposition to try and prevent it from happening, but that is not going to halt his charge. He will have plenty of excitement coming into this race. Let's see ultimately what is going to happen now as the contenders are ready for a seriously exciting race. Senior X30 in these conditions, well, goodness knows what's going to happen. Travis Teo third on the grid, Kai Burke in fourth ahead of Mark Tulloch, Zachary Boyce, Pras Hardia, Aryan Marwar, Clifford Kanjanapis, and in 10th on the grid, the very talented Jenny Bibinay, making her return to the INFINITY IAME Series Asia and going top 10 on the starting grid. So as all the drivers are ready for position, they get the 1 minute command on the start your engines. There is an extra formation lap for the contenders. Their race distance has been reduced to 9 laps in the Senior X30 due to the adverse weather conditions. But the rain has stopped, and it looks as though the circuit is going to dry out over the rest of the day. Whether it'll be bone dry before the end remains to be seen, but there are some white clouds now over the course. So we might be able to see a little bit of dry running. We might just get the chance to squeeze the second heat in, but it is going to be very tight indeed. All drivers need to be ready for a chance to go racing for the second time, please. All drivers getting ready, because there could well be the command to go straight into the action for Heat 2. We'll stand by on the note for that one. But the green flags fly as the drivers venture out onto the course, ready for the Senior X30 opening heat of the weekend in wet conditions. So still a very wet circuit, but obviously now we're going to have 31 drivers out there on the course who will be pushing to try and drive the track out as soon as humanly possible in these very treacherous conditions. Here is the starting grid for the 31 competitors in Senior X30. Pole position for Jackson Susan Harlow, then Yuka Po, Travis Teo, Kai Burke, Mark Tulloch, Zachary Boyce, Prasetyo Hardia, Ayan Marwar, Clifford Kanjanapis and Jenny Bibinay. Then it's Raphael Vysen along with Bororong Komorakul. So 2 drivers who are going to have an interesting weekend. Raphael Vysen is going F4 racing next week in Sepang. And Bororong Komorakul is, of course, the dealer for his particular chassis. Tian Runshan and Andy Bure, Akshat Misra, the Indian talent, and Daniel Jagai, along with Luke Armstrong, who returns to Senior X30, alongside the Filipino star Paco Miguel Sarmiento in the Dr. Q racing team, as the field goes around onto its second formation lap. Then Sutomo Nishimura, 19th, alongside Xiao Mochuan, Thomas George, Megat Zulkarnain, Miguel Quinones, Dain Ibrahim, and then Wadapong Iamchan, the 15-year-old, alongside Yohanathan Moshe, Put Suntachicharungrang, Melvin Shane, Lee Chivers, Morgan Loganathan, and Jerry G. So all 31 contenders getting themselves ready then for the start of what promises to be a very tricky race indeed in the Senior X30 brigade. But of course, the more the drivers go out on the circuit in these wet tyres, the less likely it is for the standing water to remain. But there's plenty of parts of the circuit where it's still very apparent that wet tyres are still the choice. I don't think we're going to get to dry tyres before the end. Mind you, I've seen that before. The only thing that makes me doubt it is that it's currently getting close to 5:30 p.m. local time here. In fact, it is bang on 5:30 local time here now. So there's not going to be a lot more sunlight to play with to dry this track out. But we'll see. Certainly the big story is that the man fighting for the championship is on the front row of the grid, Yuka Po, alongside the newly crowned Australian champion, Jackson Susan Harlow. So with Jackson Susan Harlow and the starting grid, it's going to be a very interesting battle. So what can Jackson do from pole position as Susan Harlow versus Yuka Po on the front row of the grid? Then watch out, of course, for Travis Teo alongside Kai Burke. Are we racing? Yes, we are. And there's contact down the straight already as everybody tries their best to get themselves through the first couple of corners. Looks like everybody's pretty much made it, but there's already battles in a second corner. Everybody trying to make it through. There's a big concertina effect as Yuka Po drops back into 4th position behind Travis Teo. We've got yellow flags as there's been an accident on the main straight. It's Jenny Bibinay. Jenny Bibinay, who was going to be starting 10th on the grid, spat out of the queue. And so Jenny Bibbinet is out of the race before it even starts for her. That is devastating bad luck. So Jenny Bibbinet clambers over the barriers and out of the race. What a disaster for the fantastic Thai lady. 10th position on the grid for her, and it's all disappeared in seconds. There's going to be double waved yellows on the home straight. But there's a battle further up. It's on the inside line. That's a Birilat trying to get up the inside of Travis Teo. So that's Kai Burke moving his way forward. What a start from the Australian as Yuka Po finds himself down in 4th place. And Kai Burke now has only one car to pass, and that is Jackson Susdin Harlow. Side by side then into turn 1. That's going to be a big chance for Yuka Po. He gets on the inside of Travis Teo now, up in a 3rd place for you. So it's Jackson Susdin Harlow leading the way in front of Kai Burke. Then in 3rd place it's Yuka Po. And then we have Travis Teo, Ayan Marwa, Mark Tulloch, Prasadya, Tian Runshin, Zachary Boyce, Akshat Misra, Ravan Komarakul and Raphael Weissen. So a very interesting start to this race then in Senior X30, particularly amongst the top 10. But what a shame for Jenny Bibbinet, out before she can even show what she's capable of. Devastatingly bad luck for Jenny. Hopefully she'll be able to bounce back in Heat 2, but not the start she wanted to her weekend. Here comes Kai Burke, all over the back of Jackson Susdin Harlow, the race leader. Kai Burke's going for it. He backs out of it at the last moment, but he does need to get ahead of Jackson soon, because Yuka Po, of course, is right on his tail. He has a look about it, but Jackson holds his nerve and holds the position, but Kai Burke is not going to give up. He tucks right in behind the new Australian champion. He goes to the racing line. Jackson's defending the inside line to cover. Can Kai Burke get the switch on the inside line? He looks for it and has to bail out. Jackson wobbles. Kai Burke's all over the back of him as they come through. He goes long as Jackson covers the inside line bases. Tries to get back on traction, but Yuka Po is there in 3rd place. He'll be wanting to push for this. Kai Burke has yet to win a final in 2025. What an opportunity if he can get it done. Up towards the Mickey Mouse section again. Trying to tuck in for the inside line, and Yuka Po is right there. If Kai Burke doesn't get ahead of Jackson, he'll go for Kai. It's going to be very tight indeed as they run up to the far side of the course. Kai Burke trying to dive up the inside of Jackson Susdin Harlow, but Harlow holds on to it. So Susdin Harlow still holds this lead. Kai Burke has to think about a move soon, because there is Yuka Po on the Explorer right behind him. 4th place for Travis Teo. Then the very strong Ayan Marwa. And a great battle going on further back as well. Plenty of good talents in this Senior X30 race. Only Jenny Bibbinet has fallen victim to the conditions so far. To the inside line of the corner, Kai Burke again hustling Jackson Susdin Harlow as there's still a massive amount of standing water at turns 1 and 2. So everybody's having to be very careful about where they place the cart. There's still rivers of water on those first 2 corners essentially. But Kai Burke unable to get the move so far on Jackson Susdin Harlow. And Yuka Po is sitting there in 3rd place, just allowing it all to happen. He can sit pretty in 3rd place and just wait for an opportunity to open up. Kai Burke again takes on his Australian rival. To the inside line, he has to go round to the far side to avoid the contact. Yuka Po can carry a bit more speed and momentum as they come off the hairpin. Up towards the left-hander, can Kai Burke make his bid on the inside line? He's going to try, and he'll commit to the inside line. Jackson will hold him at it, but Kai Burke's going to keep his foot in. They're going to be side by side, and Kai Burke is through. Great overtake from Kai Burke. Jackson Susdin Harlow has potentially been vanquished, but here comes Yuka Po. He's going to have a go on the inside line himself now. And so the championship contenders are now battling for the win. Yuka Po's got it wrong. Jackson Susdin Harlow gets him back round the outside as we go into lap 5. Oh, magnificent racecraft between these guys so far. Still having a very tasty run of it as they come through. Kai Burke still pushing on here. Jackson Susdin Harlow running in 2nd. Yuka Po still 3rd. And I'm told it's actually an 8-lap race, not a 9-lap race. My apologies. So it is 8 laps, 4 done, 4 to go. As Jackson Susdin Harlow holds Yuka Po at bay. We've got a spinner. We've got somebody off the road there, up at the far side of the course and rejoining. So it was double wave yellows. So there is one cart that's going to drop all the way to the back of the field. I'm not entirely sure who that was, but certainly a big problem And now the move comes from Yukapo. Jackson tries to keep his foot in. He keeps his foot down. It's going to be tight. Can Jackson win the war on the inside with Yukapo? He holds it. Magnificent between these two. And Jackson Suzlin-Harlow, the Australian champion, goes up against the former Asian champion and the man questing to become Asian champion again. He can't find the move on the inside. And JSH holds his nerve. Excellent work from Jackson, but Yukapo is not going to give up. Still 3 laps to go. The spinner, by the way, was Luke Armstrong. What a shame, as Luke Armstrong has now fallen to the tail of the field. So that is bitter disappointment then for Luke Armstrong. He was one of the drivers fighting to get us racing again earlier than we actually did. And unfortunately, it's come back to bite him because he now spins to the back of the field. So Jackson Suzlin-Harlow holds his nerve in front of Yukapo. But Yukapo knows he can't afford to lose too many points here to Kai Burke. There is almost nothing in it. 10 points between them before drop scores are taken into account. Even less than that when you do take them into account. So any positions he loses to Kai Burke this weekend could see him robbed of the championship in the final hurdle. And Kai Burke has yet to win a final in 2025. And here he is extending his advantage over Jackson Suzlin-Harlow. What an opportunity this is. 2 laps to go, we're told, on the main straight. And we're going 3 wide into turn 1 as there's some very brave drivers coming through here. An excellent run so far. There's the battle further back. This is Mark Tulloch, who's having a great little tussle here with Travis Teo. He's actually just got ahead of him. So Mark Tulloch moves into 5th place, ahead of Travis Teo, with Wadawon Komonakul making good progress. Akshat Misra is there in 8th position in front of Daing Ibrahim and Clifford Kanjanapas. Ayan Madwa is in the mix there, and so is Tian Runshin, Raphael Weissen, Zachary Boyce, and Wadapong Yamchan. But Yukapo is still trying to hustle Jackson Suzlin-Harlow and get through again. 2nd position, but look at Kai Burke out in front. Absolutely dominant at the moment, and this is the strongest we have seen from Kai Burke all season. And what a time to do it in the last weekend of the year. This is Kai Burke setting himself up for the shot at the championship title. Yukapo is only 3rd, and he can't keep up with Suzlin-Harlow, and as a result he may lose out here to Prasetyo Hardia. Hardia's really pushing. So there might just be a nasty surprise for Yukapo on the last lap here, because Prasetyo Hardia, the former Asian champion, is right on him. And there's problems further back as the 263 has lost a lot of ground. That is one of the fireballs dropping backwards down the field, I'm afraid to say. So that is Xiao Moshuan, the Chinese driver. Big disappointment for Xiao Moshuan. And here comes the battle. Further back as well, we've got one. That is Travis Teo losing ground to Wadawong Komonakul. So Komonakul has got through as well, the young man from Bangkok who is the promoter for this particular chassis. So amazing work for the GFC driver. But out in front, it is Kai Burke all the way, and it couldn't be better timed for him to pick up a victory in the final weekend of the season when he could become champion. Kai Burke opens the account with a win in Heat 1. Fantastic racing from Kai Burke. Excellent. Jackson Suzlin-Harlow is 2nd. 3rd for Yukapo in front of Prasetyo Hardia. Then Mark Tulloch driving beautifully to P5 in front of Wadapong Komonakul. Then Travis Teo, Akshat Misra, Daing Ibrahim, and Clifford Kanjanapas. Ahead of Ayan Marwa, Raphael Weissen, Wadapong Yamchan, and Tian Runshin, with Zachary Boyce P15. Ahead of Andy Bure, Megat Zulkarnain, Daniel Jagai, and then Paco Miguel Sarmiento ahead of Lee Chivers. And then we have Thomas George, Putson Tichidmunrang, Jerry G, Luke Armstrong, Morgan Loganathan, Xiao Moshuan, Melvin Shane, Miguel Quinones, Sutamon Nishimura, and Johanathan Moshe. Unfortunately for Jenny Bibonnet, she did not get the chance to show what she can do. Taken off on the start, unfortunately, in the concertina effect as the drivers got under starters' orders. And the juniors are lining up ready for the start of heat number 2. So we are going to try and squeeze all of the races in. There is the replay of Jenny Bibonnet getting spat out of the queue. That first lap was pretty scary for the drivers as they desperately tried to find grip through the first couple of corners. It's still wet tyre conditions out there. I don't think anybody would be insane enough to try slick tyres at this phase of the day. Still far too much standing water around the course. So the Senior X30 drivers are obviously now making their way through the holding area. As soon as the last one has come through at the edge of the pit boxes, we will be able to get the Junior X30 race underway for Heat 2. The battle with Kai Burke and Jackson Susan Harlow. He really had to work himself into that position. Finally got a chance on the inside line. That was a brave bid from Kai Burke to open up the door there on Jackson Susan Harlow. Got the move finished off. That was very tricky to pull off. And then Yukapo almost did the same thing, but Jackson was just able to drive right round the outside of him to pick up the pieces. Not easy to determine who was going to get the best of that. How close was that to proper contact between those two? Very tricky stuff, but the victory goes the way then. So a very strong opener then to the weekend for the Australian Kai Burke, who really couldn't have asked for more from his opening heat. And it's a very, very strong start. So the Junior X30 race will contest now. In fact, we are going to get all of the Heat 2 karts races done as much as possible. The distances have been reduced so that we should be able to complete Heat 2. Our cutoff point for doing so, of course, is 6:30 p.m. So we should just be able to crowbar at least 2, if not 3 or 4 of the races in. Any of the races that we don't fit in, we'll obviously be able to run tomorrow morning. But 6:30 is our cut-off curfew for light. So we want to make sure that we make it run in strong position. But now we get ourselves ready for the second races of the day. The opening race win, of course, victorious for Sera Kojima, who did such a fantastic job in the opening race and now has a chance to make it 2 from 2. And that will certainly help her chances of going for a final victory in 2025. And she would become the only woman to do so if that is the case in 2025. But there's still a lot of opposition here in junior. It's going to go down to the wire. Andrea Galimberti, Conrad Garrow and Danish Chen. And of course, the man who picked up the most points from the previous heat in order to do so was Andrea Galimberti. So the Italian is still looking very strong. But of course, no championship points will be on offer until tomorrow's super heat. Only the top 10 drivers score championship points. 10 points for the win, 9 for second, 8 for third, and so on down to 1 point for 10th. And then we have the MotoGP points scoring system for the final, which is 25 for the win, 20 for second. Then it is 16 for third, 13 for fourth, 11 for fifth, and then 10, 9, 8, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, all the way to 1 point for 15th place. But of course, each driver has a dropped score round, which is where their lowest score of the season gets deducted from their full total. And so that's also got to be taken into account when assessing the champion of 2025. One thing we do know, though, is that the 3 title contenders are 3 very talented teens. Danish Chen, 14 years of age, the Singaporean for the 29R race team in his pink and white machine, starting 4th on the starting grid. 3rd on the grid for Andrea Galimberti, the Italian 13-year-old who is born out of Sicily in Pordenone but is based now in Chengdu in China. There will be an extra formation lap, as there will be for all classes, so that they get used to the conditions before they start. 2nd on the starting grid, of course, for another Singaporean, Garrow the Arrow, Conrad Garrow, on his CS55 chassis for Rad Racing. The Singaporean won round 2, the final, of course, and has a chance to become champion in 2025, but he really is nail-biting down to the wire. I say starting in the CS55, he actually tested with that chassis, but has begun the weekend on his trusty Tony Kart chassis once again. Both part of the same OTK group, of course. But then pole position is the young Philippines superstar, the 14-year-old Sera Kojima, born in Tokyo in Japan, and of course carries the Philippines license. She is dual parentage, But what a chance for her to continue her incredible form. It's going to be an interesting one to see what Sarah Kojima will be able to do. She's already taken one victory from pole position. Can she make it two? She's going to have so much hard work on her shoulders to try and go after the big guns at the front end of the field. But she starts from pole. That gives her the best possible shot of taking 2 wins from 2. Something that no woman has done in 2025 so far. You can see for yourself that there's still some fairly sizable damp patches around the circuit. Wet tyres are still the way to go in terms of strategy. But it could be an interesting pendulum swing before the end of this race day. The 1 minute board goes up at the end of the pit lane. Engines will start and they will be given the signal and the green flag to head out onto the circuit. As soon as they're given the command, they do get that now, and out onto the circuit they go then for the formation lap. So this is going to be fascinating. An extra formation lap is called. So the drivers will get 2 laps around the course, and there is one kart that is stationary in the pit lane and not moving. So there is one kart going nowhere. It's one of the CRGs. So there's one kart not out on the circuit by the look of it. And that is devastatingly bad luck. I wonder if that is Santok Singh who seems to maybe have a problem there. Just looking through the field to see if he is out there on his CRG. It looks like he might be, so not entirely sure then who it is that's in this current position. My timing screen has had a bit of a malfunction as well, which isn't particularly helpful. So Sarah Kojima starting from pole position, Conrad Garrow, P2. Third on the grid for the 143 of Andrea Galimberti. Fourth place for the 142 of Danish Chen. Then it is Kevin Subavanichinon alongside Jamie Ambrose. Then the 120 and 164, that is Chris Kasemsup alongside Pumsik Klambonjong. Next up on the grid, 9th place for Narol Injit Panya, lining up alongside Guhaltian. And then we have the 190 in the mix, that is Leonardo Mori, way down in 11th on the grid alongside Axel Nokom. Then we have Santok Singh, he is in the field then, and he lines up alongside the 154 of Tianaret Janajatupat. 15th for the 144, that is Papachaya Yamchan, who stormed her way from 15th on the grid to 9th in the opening race. Alongside her on the grid, that is going to be Sahil Singh, the Malaysian. Then we've got the hard-charging Hobart Yao. He lines up alongside Michael Lederer. And then the last 3 on the starting grid will be Daing Rahman. And then we'll have Lee Jiaheng for the Muhua Motorsport team on his Praga. And at the back of the grid will be Sedapach Ketsuwan for the Forza Motorsport by P1 squad on the CRG. So everybody getting themselves ready for an exciting bid from the start of this race weekend. It's not going to be particularly easy to figure out how everybody's going to go. By the way, we want to send a quick message to Alia Vilena, who we know has been watching the race weekend. The Philippines racer should have been racing and competing this weekend for the P1 team. Rather sadly, her father fell ill this last week. We wish him the best recovery possible as we go to a false start. So we're going to go round again, but we wish all the very best to Alia Vilena, the Philippines racer, the P1 karting team, and the whole family for a speedy recovery for Mr. Vilena. And we hope that you're enjoying the coverage. A real shame that we can't see you out on the circuit, but we hope that everyone recovers quickly and we'll see the family back in the paddock again in 2026. Maybe even in time for the IAME Asia final at Macau in December. But keep the fight going. Fight the good fight, and we'll see you back as soon as is possible. Good luck. So 10 to 6 p.m. here, and just about time to squeeze in a few more races. Hopefully we'll be able to get through all 4 before the curfew. Any we don't get to run through, we'll just quickly squeeze in tomorrow morning. Whether that's going to be Master X30 and Senior X30 or just one or the other. And it looks as though the 109 and the 166 are being shown the warning flag. That is the front row of the starting grid for not holding up the grid firmly enough. So they have both been given a warning flag. So the front row sitters who got exactly the same qualifying time to the 1,000th of a second, incredible though it may sound, but they have been given their first warning flag for not backing up the pack sufficiently. So let's see what the start looks like this time. Are we going to racing conditions as we come off the turn? Yes, we are! Oh, there's contact between Kojima and Garo as Garo forces his way past around the outside of Seira Kojima and disappears into the distance as already there's a little twitch through 1 and 2. Conrad Garo makes his bid and gets in front as Danish Chen now goes for broke on the inside of Seira Kojima, tries to force her wide. No, you don't, says Seira. I'm in second place. I'm going to keep it for the moment, thank you. But Conrad Garo wrestles his way into the lead with a couple of sideboard barges, but he gets his way through, and he leads the way here in front of Seira Kojima. Danish Chen, third position. And in fourth place, there is already a monstrous battle brewing as Andrea Galimberti finds himself in fifth position. Everybody keeping it on the island for the moment as they work their way through the far side. Garo's letting the back end drift. Kojima may get a chance to fight back. So too could Danish Chen, who's had a great start to move up to third. He's going to make a late bid for the lead. How did Danish Chen do that? He loses ground again to Conrad Garo, but Danish Chen has got back into the lead on the inside of Garo in the final turn. Danish Chen leads at the end of the first lap. Extraordinary pace from Danish Chen. And as they go through turn 1, he leads from Conrad Garo. What a comeback from Danish Chen, who pulls off the move of the season. Third to first in the penultimate hairpin. Drifts it wide, then gets it back in the final turn as Kojima struggles to hold on to the top 4. Manages to get into third place then. But excellent stuff as Jamie Ambrose has worked himself into a great position up the inside line. That's Galimberti getting back on the inside of Seira Kojima for fourth place. That'll do, and he's there past Seira Kojima, and she nearly gets taken out by Leonardo Mori, who's got Axel Knockham on the inside line. And there is Pumsik Klambonjong trying to get his way up the inside of Seira Kojima. Very tricky racing going on here, but Conrad Garo now trying to shake off the British driver Jamie Ambrose in third position. So Jamie Ambrose doing everything he can to close up as Seira Kojima holds off Pumsik Klambonjong for the time being. Very different race in the conditions we've got here instead of what we had earlier as Danish Chen continues to lead. The ultimate comeback for the Singaporean who leads the way. Danish Chen looking as strong as he did in the season opener at LYL. This Junior X30 title fight really is going to go down to the wire, isn't it? Amazing stuff as here goes Pumsik Klambonjong on the inside of Seira Kojima, dives into the hairpin and gets the move. So Pumsik Klambonjong has got ahead of Seira Kojima behind the top 3 as Jamie Ambrose sets his sights firmly on second place and Andrea Galimberti pushes for the move into third position himself. And Jamie Ambrose is going to dive up the inside of Conrad Garo, and the British driver will get there. But Garo's got his foot in. Ambrose shuts the door. Galimberti sees the gap on the inside. That's really gone wrong for Garo. But Ambrose, what a move in a second place on the exit of the Mickey Mouse section. Good work from the Brit. And Galimberti did a phenomenal job to get ahead of Garo there as well. So Conrad Garo down to P4, and Danish Chen is cantering into the lead. Excellent opportunity now for Danish Chen. His championship hopes are back on song. Jamie Ambrose looks over his shoulder. Don't forget, it was actually Chen and Ambrose that collided in turn 1, lap 1, race 1. And now they are incredibly running first and second. They couldn't have asked for more from their comeback drive. As Galimberti runs in third position, then it is Conrad Garo, then Pumsik Klambonjong ahead of Seira Kojima. None of them Chimpania. Leonardo Mori, there's the move on the inside as Galimberti gets the run on Ambrose. So Galimberti into second place now. Good work from the Italian as Andrea Galimberti, based out of Chengdu in China, now doing a sensational sweep on to second place. There is young Jamie Ambrose, the British driver, doing a grand job in third place. Not a bad debut for him. But Garo's got his rhythm back, fourth position. But he doesn't want to lose too much ground here to Pumsik Klambonjong. The reigning Cadet X30 champion, Pumsik Klambonjong, now going well in junior. It's a big step up from Cadet to junior. And it really takes an amazing amount of incredible wisdom and knowledge to get it right. Great battles all the way down this field as Kojima runs in P6, then Imjit Panya, Mori, Knockham, and then we've got Mori down 9th place, in fact, behind Imjit Panya and Knockham. 10th place now is Chenara Janajatupa, ahead of Hobart Yao and Chris Kasemsa. Michael Lederer is going well in 13th. Gu Hao Tian, Daing Raman, and then Lee Jiaheng in front of Sahil Singh, and then Siddhapach is in 195 at the back end of this cavalry of drivers. It is Siddhapach Kitsuwan who runs next up. Fastest up of the race, though, from Andrea Galimberti. He's trying to get the gap down between himself and Danish Chen, knowing that he's only got 6 laps to go at the end of this one. So this is going to be pretty tricky for Andrea Galimberti. He knows he's got to close up on Danish Chen if he wants to take a win away from him. The light is fading, but his tyres are not. He really seems to have good rhythm and pace. Tiny bit of a run there on the edge of the grass, but manages to keep his nose in. Danish Chen, Andrea Galimberti, Jamie Ambrose, Conrad Garrow, Phumzit Klambonjong and Sarah Kojima. That's your top 6. Michael Lederer trying a nice move on the inside line there further back, trying to get on the inside line of Hobart Yao at the expense of Sahil Singh, who seems to have lost a few places on that last lap. Unfortunate for the Malaysian, but Danish Chen leads. Galimberti trying to catch him. Conrad Garrow able to hang on from Phumzit Klambonjong for the time being. Klambonjong is still trying to make his bid for 4th position, but he can't quite make it stick. So for the moment, it's all going to come down to who's got the consistency and the patience on their tyres. So for the moment, Galimberti is the one who's closing up. Some good moves further back in the pack as well. Lots of big deep dives as the drivers are getting used to the tyres. Galimberti really is eating up the road here to Danish Chen. Chen is your leader, but Galimberti really starting to read the situation well. The tyres are going beautifully as Galimberti really rises up the tempo now on Danish Chen. The Singaporean versus the Italian. They come off the turn and they will have just 5 laps left. Can Galimberti catch and pass Danish Chen? He's already caught him. Now he's got to put him under enough pressure to go for the move. And there's a warning flag gone out there to the 105. That is Michael Lederer. So Michael Lederer has picked up a warning on that lap. That's unfortunate for the Austrian. Meanwhile, Conrad Garrow is really struggling as Phumzit Klambonjong goes right round the outside of the Singaporean and almost picks up the move. Does so on the exit. Phumzit Klambonjong, what a move on Conrad Garrow. Set him up originally, braked later, went round the outside, let him have the apex back, then took him on the exit. Lovely job. So Klambonjong now up into P4 at the expense of Conrad Garrow. Here goes Galimberti for the lead. On the inside of Danish Chen at the hairpin. Side by side, they drift as they go sideways. Galimberti's through. Sideways, 4-wheel drift on Danish Chen, and he still pulls off the move. Superb from Galimberti. What an overtake. Now Danish Chen's trying to fight him back to get through to the inside again. But that is one of the most amazing overtakes you're ever going to see this season from Andrea Galimberti when it counted most. Oh, we've got to see that move again. The way the kart drifted through the hairpin to keep his nose in on the inside of Danish Chen. That was a champion in waiting move, and he makes Danish Chen move aside. Such a move from Andrea Galimberti. That really took commitment to pull that one off. Now, we had a non-starter in the race. I did wonder if it was a CRG, and it was. It was Kevin Subhavanichanan. I did wonder where he disappeared to. So rather sadly, Subhavanichanan not able to take the start of this one for a mechanical issue. And there is Andrea Galimberti in front of Danish Chen. And there was the corner where he made the move. And look, he's already managed to pull almost a second on Danish Chen in the space of a lap. That just shows you how confident Andrea Galimberti is in these conditions, and he looks unstoppable now in Junior X30. He played the percentages in Heat 1. In Heat 2, this is his race to lose now. So Galimberti comes through. Danish Chen, 2nd place. 3rd position for Jamie Ambrose. Then Phumzit Klambonjong ahead of Conrad Garrow and Sarah Kojima. There is Kojima trying to close up on Conrad Garrow. The chance is still on to make an overtaking move here. But it is going to be tricky. Who's going to have the best of it as they run through? They will try their best. It's not going to be easy. Let's have a look at this again. Oh, that's a spin. That's Chris Kasemsa losing the kart. And he actually went onto the grass to recover. Well, that's a bit of a mess, unfortunately, for Chris Kasemsa, who drops right to the back of the field. So very unfortunate for the tie. But out in front, it is all about Andrea Galimberti. There's Conrad Garrow trying to get the cart turned in because Sarah Kojima is lining up the 7 racing machine to try and make a stronger move to the inside line. Can she slide the Tony cart to the inside line and take the move? She does! Sarah Kojima gets in front of Conrad Garrow. Garrow fights back. Who's going to have the pace? Oh, Garrow keeps his foot nailed. Brilliant recovery from Garrow. That move was done and dusted by Sarah Kojima until Conrad decided, no, it's not. Good fight between these two. Now Kojima's going to try and go around the outside apex. Can't make it stick. Garrow defends again through 1 and 2. Kojima's got good pace off the turn. And Garrow checks over his shoulder, makes sure that Sarah Kojima can't have the inside line. There comes a move up the inside from one of the Birulats. That is the 154 of Tenerit Janajatupat, getting the move on Nadal Imjipanya as they close up on this. Imjipanya back to the inside line. Janajatupat has to stay committed round the outside. Imjipanya keeps his foot in. Who's got the corner? Imjipanya. Lovely move from Nadal Imjipanya. He holds the place on the Gillard chassis. As meanwhile, Garrow and Kojima are side by side again. Kojima really trying to force this on Conrad Garrow. I'm going to get ahead of you, just accept it. Conrad refuses. No, you're not. Down to the outside goes Sarah Kojima. Has she got the pace around the outside? Spin further back. Kojima tries to give her foot in. Garrow shuts the door again. And it's a spin there from Tenerit Janajatupat as Andrea Galimberti goes into the last lap. So Galimberti leads from Chen, and they're still at it. We're going to see a replay of Janajatupat's spin. Oh, it was a little bit of a nudge from Imjipanya. That finished the job, and I don't think Janajatupat's going to be happy about it. Sarah Kojima tries again, and there's a nudge now on the back of Nadal Imjipanya from Axel Nokom. So the Philippines racer putting a lot of pressure on Nadal Imjipanya. Garrow is desperately trying to hold on to P5 here. And we're four-wheel drifting all the way to the Mickey Mouse section. Garrow holds it, patience, patience. Keep it through the left as well. Imjipanya's getting impatient, sat behind Kojima. That could really help out Garrow. If he makes the move, they'll cost themselves momentum, and that can be Garrow clearing away. Imjipanya tries to force it on the inside of Kojima, and he gets through, and so does Nokom. Axel Nokom now goes for Imjipanya. Come on, get out of the way. Let me get through. It's not going to be as easy as that, but the checkered flag will come out for Andrea Galimberti. He'll take a dominant Heat 2 victory. Great run from Galimberti. Danish Chen a flamboyant second ahead of Jamie Ambrose and Punzik Lambonjog. And in P5, it's going to be Garrow through all of that. Wow, what a race. Junior X30 at Bira on a damp track. It really does change the ebb and flow. What a tough race it was, and what a tough pair of races the Junior X30s are going to have tomorrow. My goodness me, are they in for a big challenge tomorrow? Well, tough stuff here at Bira. But what a drive out front from Andrea Galimberti, the man who is on course to be champion. If he just keeps his nerve this weekend, what a performance. So the light is fading fairly rapidly here, and there's still a few bolts of lightning in the background. So there's still potential for a couple of scary moments before the end of the day. But looking out to the pit lane, I could tell you that the Cadet X30 drivers are there ready to go out. So they are going to get at least one more race in the bill today, but those dark grey skies don't help in terms of the sunlight that we've got left here. But what a fantastic drive from Andrea Galimberti. Two different winners then for the first two heats, Sarah Kojima and Andrea Galimberti. So the Cadet X30 drivers are getting ready. I think one or two of them have been caught out at the end there from the command to go. I don't think any of them were expecting to race after 6 o'clock, but that's exactly what's going to happen. And I think we may only get time for one more race in the day. We might just squeeze a second. But if we do have to run the Master X30 and Senior X30 second races tomorrow morning, then that is exactly what we'll do. But a good effort from everybody to continue the racing in very difficult conditions. An extra formation lap is called for the Cadet X30 second heat. And the drivers get themselves ready for a very interesting show out there. Not a lot of sunlight left to play with. but the cadets should have enough here that they can race to the end of their second heat. So everybody getting themselves ready for an excellent end to the day. But the Cadet X30 second race is going to be the next one out on the course. So the cadet and cadet rookie second heat is going to take place here. And it's fantastic stuff currently going on for our drivers in the mix as we run in close proximity once again. A tough battle is set to be had once more in the cadets and cadet rookies. So the cadets are on their formation lap, ready for another exciting duel out on the course, and it's going to be Mason Kwong in pole position once again, alongside Libin Lewis Kanan in the DPE Paralin. And then, of course, we're going to have an excellent showcase from the drivers behind. Still a championship to be won here in fantastic fashion, of course. So we're going to see some really exciting duels from the contenders as they run in close proximity. On the start, but we'll see some amazing duels as everybody puts themselves into a strong run out on the course. They've obviously got 2 formation laps to run. So everybody now looking for a strong challenge to the end of the day. But it will be a tough one, there's no 2 ways about that. So everybody now just getting themselves into position, trying to warm up the tyres and brakes to the ultimate temperature again. So hopefully we're going to have a very strong continuation in Cadet X30 after this one, racing against the light as we are, but we should have a very exciting battle to the end. So all of the drivers now getting themselves in position, hoping for another strong run. The red lights on the starting gantry. They've just about got enough light to run here in the cadet battle. Lights coming on around the circuit. And so the Cadet X30 second heat will now give us a spectacular run. 9 laps of racing is what we'll get for the second heat. Mason Kwong and Libin Lewis Kanan will lead them around on the front row. And this will be a big challenge for all of the drivers in the cadet category. So let's see what the 9 laps of this Bira circuit will give them as they come through off the final turn. The engine revs will rise, they'll go into the tram lines, and we'll get ourselves started for the second time in Cadet X30. Off we go. Not a great start for Libin Lewis Kanan, an absolute flyer for Jake Kostecki into turn 1 as the drivers try and mix their way through. Are we all going to get through safely? Yes, we do. In through turns 1 and 2, despite the tricky conditions, everybody has kept it on the racetrack. Some good starts so far here, as everybody's just trying to keep it nice and tidy on these opening couple of corners. You certainly don't want to throw away a race early. And so it's important for everybody to keep themselves in the mix. An important start here for our pole sitter though, Mason Kwong in front of Jake Kostecki, and Kostecki's obviously going to want to ramp up the attack in the early stages of this one. Everybody just trying to keep themselves in the zone. Couple of difficult starts, couple of slow starts, and a little bit of sideways action there as we get some contact between INF1NITY and George Patrizzi. But they managed to keep themselves together. So INF1NITY is still in the mix, and so too is the man just in front of him now, George Patrizzi. Down to the hairpin. Couple of big, bold overtakes from drivers who fancy their chances on this opening tour, but in third position is Posh Control, chasing after the two leaders. And these are the three men fighting for the championship title, don't forget. Now in first, second, and third. Kwong, Kostecki, and Conchol. So into turn one. Libin Lewis Kanan runs fourth in front of Thanawara Vejabuti. And then it is Siddhachak Ongbinoy. Sriatapat Tirapatara Bangwang is next up, then Chinapat Vejabuti. And in ninth place it is Chongkahe ahead of Poshakok and Janaset. Max Schilling still 11th after his starting position has not changed. But there's still some good battles going on in that midfield. A lot of drivers trying to make up some numbers here. Posh Conchol gets his move on the inside of Jake Kostecki, and into second place goes Posh Conchol. As round the outside, Libin Lewis Kanan is putting his hand in the air for Thanawara at Vejabuti. Keep your hand on the wheel in these conditions. You don't want the back end to get around as Kostecki fights back on Posh Conchol. Conchol holds the inside line, so Kostecki goes slow in, fast out, hoping to get back alongside Posh Conchol. Down the far side, they will continue this battle. Break for the hairpin. Hold it together. Mason Kwong still your leader. Second for Jay Kostecki. Posh Conchol third. Then Libin Lewis Kanan. Thanawara at Vejabuti and Siddhachak Ongbinoy. Off the turn they come. And it's going to be very tight indeed as they run down the main straight now. But Jay Kostecki still sticking like glue to the leaders. There is Thanawara at Vejabuti having a great run. The CRG Thailand ace. There is Siddhachak Ongbinoy with the Repsol colours on the kart. Trying to close up on Libin Lewis Kanan to go for the move for fifth position on the Alonso kart. So he runs his way through. Libin Lewis Kanan gets out a little bit wide on the DPE parallel. Mason Kwong now being caught rapidly by Posh Conchol as Libin Lewis Kanan, the back end steps out. Siddhachak Ongbinoy's got a gap on the inside and he gets the move. Siddhachak Ongbinoy into P5. Good overtaking move there from Siddhachak, and he really deserves that move. Excellent work so far. As Posh Conchol is setting fastest lap after fastest lap in his bid to go after Mason Kwong. There is Libin Lewis Kanan, the 11-year-old from Malaysia. Comes from the Selangor region. As Posh Conchol follows in behind Mason Kwong, the Hong Kong superstar, leading the way here still. Going down to the hairpin, and there's going to be a challenge here from Conchol round the outside. Can he keep his foot in? There's a little bit of a drift wide from Mason Kwong. They go down the straight once again. And here goes Posh Conchol into turn one on the inside of Mason Kwong, who will not let him have it. Mason Kwong keeps the lead. Conchol second. Jay Kostecki third. He just needs to sit there and let it all happen. Kostecki is being very smart indeed here in third position. Just stick like these two like glue. And he doesn't have to do a lot of hard work here. He has a look on the inside line though, and he gets into second place. Good work from Jay Kostecki. He moves up ahead of Posh Conchol. So that's P2. As the drivers still put in a massive amount of work on the far side. So, still good work as they continue on. And now it's going to be Jay Kostecki going for the lead on the inside of Mason Kwong in the hairpin. And Jay Kostecki gets through into first position. What a lap for the Australian. Keeps himself very calm, cool and collected and gets the job done. Here comes Mason Kwong. Back up the inside to take back the lead. Kostecki keeps his foot in and holds it round the outside. Beautiful from Jay Kostecki. Now we've got Posh Conchol trying to fight back in with Mason Kwong. And look out, here comes Thanawara Vejabuti on the CRG. Let's look at this again. Excellent stuff as round the outside Kostecki says, no thanks, I'm keeping this lead. Excellent, excellent work. And now we've got the DT Motorsport Sodi car. Look at the sparks coming up from Posh Conchol as he went through on the curbs. And now Kostecki down to third position. Behind Mason Kwong, behind Posh Conchol, and under threat from Chanavat Vejabuti. Here goes Conchol for the lead. Kostecki goes with him. Kwong back down to third. Well, this is tricky stuff here as the cadets are really struggling. Nobody's really making a break, and the Sodi kart there in fourth place of Thanawara Vejabuti now fancies his chances. He's not even in the championship fight. Conchol fends off Jay Kostecki sideways from Kwong. Vejabuti fancies it on the inside line for the Sodi Cup from DT Motorsport. Kostecki now has a shot here on Posh Kongchol. This is so tricky now. Very tight. Off the turn. Very good work indeed from Kwong to fend off from the Sodi Kart of Tanawara Vejabuti. Fifth place, by the way, is Sirachak Ongbanoy. Then it's Chinabad Vejabuti, Livinouis Kanan, Chungkahe, Patabokok and Janaset, and Max Schilling in P10. Mason Kwong trying to defend from Vejabuti on the Sodi. So Tanawara Vejabuti working very hard here. Now we've got 4 different chassis fighting for the win in the first 4 places. CRG, Biralat, Paralin, Sodi, and Kongchol, Kostecki, Kwong, and Vejabuti. Excellent work so far as they work their way through on the far side. In fact, you can make it 5 different chassis in the top 5 if you throw Sirachak Ongbanoy into the mix on his FA car, part of the OTK group. So running through, Tanawara Vejabuti trying to get alongside Mason Kwong and not having the opportunity to do so. Big run wide from the leader, Posh Kongchol. That could be Jake Kostecki's invitation to go for it on the far side. But it's going to be really tricky. The light is fading ridiculously quickly here. But the race could just come to its conclusion naturally as the cadets are going right to the end. Jake Kostecki closing up on Posh Kongchol. This will be tricky, down to the main straight. 3 laps to go for the cadets, and here comes Tanawara Vejabuti making his bid on the inside. You can see the reflections from the digi screen on their steering wheels, on their visors. It's getting so dark now. So Posh Kongchol leading the way. Jake Kostecki, second place. Mason Kwong is third in front of Tanawara Vejabuti. Chinabad Vejabuti, by the way, has got ahead of Sirachak Ongbanoy now. And then it's Livinouis Kanan and Max Schilling. So Schilling's made up a couple of places in the closing stages. Here's the move on the inside from Kostecki. Great timing on the inside of Posh Kongchol. Now he's got to hold the drift through the left-hander. Kongchol's still got a bit of opportunity here. But Jake Kostecki has found the move to get back on the inside line again. Excellent work here. Fantastic stuff. So still a really exciting battle as the contenders are still pushing on, but is there going to be one last bout from Posh Kongchol? He's right on the tail here of Jake Kostecki, and they've got 2 laps to go. Kostecki holds his nerve through the hairpin. Watch for Kongchol on the curb, trying to get a move on the inside line, and side by side behind them as well. Kwong is trying to fend off from Vejabuti. Into turn 1, 2 to go. Kongchol chases down Kostecki for the lead. Biralat versus CRG. Australia versus Thailand. And Jake Kostecki on the march to become champion. Just needs to keep the consistency sky high. Very tough work so far then. And don't forget, it was Jake Kostecki that took the win in Heat 1. If he can get it done in Heat 2, he's already 1 step closer to becoming champion. But Kongchol is not going to surrender without a fight. There is the man in third. That's Kwong in front of Tanawara Vejabuti. His brother Chinabad has managed to get his way into P5. Sirachak Ongbanoy and Max Schilling now. Another place made up by Max Schilling. That's P7. A great recovery from the race winner in round 2. But this is great work from Kongchol to pressure Jake Kostecki. Kostecki still holds all the aces up his sleeve, but he doesn't want Kongchol to get too close to him as they run to the final lap of this race. They come off the turn, and is this going to be a hard charge from Kongchol for the win? Let's find out. Final lap begins here at Bira, and let's see if we are going to get an exciting battle to the end. Posh Kongchol still pushes hard here on Jake Kostecki. Kostecki hits a wet patch on the far side of the course, but he might just be able to pick up the rhythm. Through turn 3 they go, up towards 4. Over his shoulder. Don't spend too long looking behind you, Jay. That's an invitation to Posh Kongchol. He now knows that the Australian's vulnerable. Will he attack into the Mickey Mouse section? He hasn't got the space. He's got the opportunity, but he hasn't got the room on the inside line. Now he's got to roll off the power, get back on it through the next apex. He's got to hope that he has a stronger right-hand hairpin to set him up for the left. But I don't think he's going to be close enough. He can carry a lot of speed. He goes round the far side. But Kostecki has got the inside line ready for the hairpin, and it looks like it's going to go all the way for the Australian. Kongchol gets close. but Kostecki's going to hold this, and he'll have one more turn to negotiate, and it's going to be a clean sweep for Jay Kostecki. In Heat 1, he got the job done. In Heat 2, he'll finish the task. Jay Kostecki, 2 out of 2 in Cadet. Excellent work from the Aussie. Kongchol second, Kwong third, Vijabuti fourth and fifth, as Tanawada comes ahead of Chidavat. Then it is Siddhachak Ongbanoy ahead of Max Schilling, Porsche Kalkanjanaset, Chokkahe, and Liban Luis Kanan. Excellent stuff as they run very close together in the opening stages, and then all the way to the end too. Great stuff all the way as the light fades fast here in Buildup. And what a sensational end it is for Jay Kostecki. Well, big moves were needed to get this victory won by the Australian, and that is what he gave us from the start to the end. Mason Kwong had the fastest lap of the race, but Jay Kostecki had the victory in Heat 1 and now Heat 2 as well. Excellent work from the Australian. As you can see for yourself, it's almost dark here at Bira Circuit. The cameras actually make it look lighter than it is. But what a sensational battle it has been for Jay Kostecki. He wins from Posh Kongchol, Mason Kwong, Tanawada and Chinavat Vijabuti, Siddhachak Ongbanoy, Max Schilling, Pattaya Kalkanjanaset, Chongkahe and Liban Luis Kanan. Then Prin Bonkapon ahead of Kalen Delsey, who was the leading cadet rookie on that occasion. Then it is Papazathon instead of Banlang, Saharat Leprasapakon, Puttapong, Wadakawatang, and then it is Pimpat, Kuapawchai, and then we have Sviatapat Tirapatara Barwong in front of Adan Akil, Nutsarong Ramo Stanako, George Patrizi, Carson Choi, and Joshua Tan. Fantastic stuff in Cadet X30. Of course, if we want to finish the Heat 2 program, we are now going to need Master X30 and Senior X30. I'm just stepping outside, and it is pretty much dark out here now. But the Master X30s are there. Are they being pushed back in? I think they are. Yeah, I think the Master X30s are being wheeled back out of the holding area to confirm. So I've just been informed that the decision is, with the fading light, we will have Master X30 and Senior X30 tomorrow morning. So that is the conclusion of racing for today. Well done to the cadets for getting to the end without too much drama and too many controversial incidents there at the end. We have sadly run out of time to complete the day's program. We got 6 out of the 8 races. That means we will have an amended timetable tomorrow, which will include the Master X30 and Senior X30 Heat 2 before we go into the Super Heats tomorrow morning. And so that concludes the race action for Saturday and day 1 of the INFINITY IAME Series Asia season finale of 2025 here at Bira Circuit. We've had a double victory for Jay Kostecki in Cadet. It's a win apiece for Andrea Galimberti and Sarah Kojima in Junior. An opening win in Master X30 for Wedasak Yamchan, and an opening win in Senior X30 for Kai Burke. We'll come back and do it all again tomorrow for more great action here at Bira. And instead of 8 races, we'll have 10, because we'll have Heat 2 of Master and Senior X30. Then we'll have the Super Heats and the finals. We're going to go for our end of season party now at the back of the paddock. But for all those of you watching on Facebook and YouTube, thank you very much for watching. From myself, Jake Santon, and the whole team here at the INFINITY IAME Series Asia and the Bira Kart Circuit. We'll see you bright and early. We've got some racing and some championships to conclude. Bye for now.